Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols ablazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. Outlaws could expect no quarter from him, but he never believed that one mistake should ruin a man's life. If a man deserved a second chance, he always received it. And that is why Hi-yo, Silver came to be the battle cry of justice on the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for North Texas. Tunnel's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
Jack Bates owned a small, well-kept ranch in northern Texas. He lived there with his wife, Mary. And at the time of our story, the young couple are just about ready to sit down for supper. Mary is standing at the stove while Jack washes in a tin basin.
Anything else happen while I was at the county seat?
Nothing, I guess, Jack. Let's see, I mentioned the hens, told you the cows were better.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, there was a man come by asking about you.
A man? Well, who was it?
Didn't say. He was a stranger to me, Jack. There's the towel.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want?
Oh, he just said his business was personal. He wouldn't leave a message.
Well, what did he look like, Mary? How old was he?
Offhand, I'd say about middle age.
That might mean anything from 40 to 60.
I didn't like his looks. He had the most frightful scar alongside of his mouth.
What?
Why, Jack, what's the matter? Do you know him?
Tell me more about him. What did he ask about me? What did he say?
Jack, for the love of mercy, you've gone pale.
But-
Let go my arm, honey. You're hurting me.
What'd that man with a scar say?
Why, he just asked if Jack Bates lived here, and I said yes. He said how long has he lived here, and I told him about 2 years.
Then what?
Why, I guess that's about all. I told him where you were, and he asked when you'd be back. I said this evening, and he said thanks and grinned at me and rode away. Who is he, Jack?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just forget about it, Mary.
Forget about it after the way you've acted? Jack, in the name of goodness, what's the matter with you? You acted as if that man was going to kill you or something.
No, forget it. Let's sit down.
I'm worried, Jack. Did I do or say something I shouldn't have?
Don't say anything more about it. Maybe it's someone else. I won't worry.
But you are worried, I can tell.
Did he say anything about the law?
No. He did ask what you looked like and how long I'd known you, but that's all.
Oh, it's him, all right.
Jack,
Well,
are you hiding from someone?
how'd you get that idea?
Tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
You act as if you were hiding from the law or something. Is that the case?
I said not to say anything more about it, Mary. Now let it drop.
The first time.
Huh?
The first time since we've been married that you've used that tone of speaking to me.
I'm sorry, but
Oh, well, the door.
stay there. I'll go see who it is.
I wonder if it's the same man.
Well, if it ain't Jack Bates.
You?
I suppose you remember me, don't you?
I guess you must have made a mistake, stranger. You're the second man that's been by here thinking I'm some other Jack Bates.
Huh? Why are you...
What do you want here?
Say, what sort of game you trying to play telling me you ain't the man
My wife. I didn't want her to know.
Oh, I savvy. So you ain't forgot Lem Halstead then,
I know you all right, Halstead. What do you want here?
How'd you know I wanted something?
You wouldn't come here otherwise.
Did your wife know that you was one time knowed as Morton?
No. Don't mention that name around here.
You ain't shot up anyone since you took your new name, have you?
No. Look here, Halstead.
Suppose you and me walk over past the hen house where we can talk without your wife overhearing.
Well, suits me. But there's nothing to talk about unless...
Unless I got something to say. It just happens I have. You ain't acted glad to see me, Bates. See, I'm willing to use your new name. Maybe I'll turn out to be a blame good friend of yours. Come on.
You never was a friend of anyone. How'd you find me?
It took some time, you can bet on that.
What are you after?
Jack, I suppose you know there's a standing reward for you.
Well?
I could use that reward money. I'd hate to ride to the county seat and tell the sheriff what I know.
If you'd hate to, then you likely won't do it, huh?
That's why I come to you first. I suppose you know they still want you for murder in Kansas.
Well, I suppose so.
Being as I'm broke, I need that reward money. Of course, if we could talk the thing over so's I wouldn't stand to lose nothing by keeping what I know to myself, then I could get away from here. Likely never see you again.
Not till you needed more money. Then you'd come back.
It ain't likely.
Look here, Halstead. I don't have any cash. I couldn't pay you anything if I wanted to.
Got the farm, ain't you?
But it's not
We can
so
make
that
a deal without too much trouble. You went to jail, you'd lose the farm. Now sit down here at the edge of this arroyo, Jack, and I'll outline just what's on my mind.
Lem, you know the situation when I got into that scrape in Kansas. I wasn't more than a kid. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't mean to start trouble.
But you did.
You're the one who planned the whole thing. You roped me in on it, and you know it. I thought ever since then that you framed it so as I'd take the blame. Instead of that, you were caught, and I got away.
I was caught, all right, and I served my term. A good many years. Now I'm a free man, savvy? But you ain't. And Sheriff Masters in Kansas don't forgive or forget. He wants you, Morton.
Stop it.
I should say Jack Bates. You see, I'm reformed now and going straight.
Huh. By blackmailing me.
It ain't blackmailing. All I want is a reward is standing for you.
I've gone straight. I've changed my name and settled down.
Masters don't care about that. You see, I should get a sight more in a reward because of all the time I spent in the calaboose when you should have been there with me.
How much do you want?
How much you got? The reward's $1,000.
I can't raise that much cash.
No? Now ain't that too bad?
And my wife. If she knew...
She'll know, sure enough. The law comes and takes you more... I should say Bates. Funny how I keep forgetting your new name, ain't it? If you was to go back and spend the rest of your life in jail, you'd sure lose your farm. So if I was in your place, I'd sooner give up the farm if need be to keep out of jail.
Well, you ornery
Now you just sit there and think it over. Yeah. I'll get back to my horse and pull on. Be back maybe tomorrow for your answer.
I'll think things over.
Yeah. You think 'em over, Jack.
Think things over. Think things over.
Think things over. You can shoot him. You can shoot him and close his mouth. One shot and that would end it. He's known as a killer. He's done a term in jail. Go on. Draw your gun. Draw your gun, Jack. It means your home, your happiness, your wife. That's it. Now cock it. Hurry and fire. He's mounting his horse. Hurry and fire. Just one shot, that's all. One shot.
No, I can't. I won't do it.
Get up there.
Why? I couldn't do it.
I'm glad you didn't fire.
What? Why, who are
Take
you?
it easy, Bates.
Masked. You must have been down in the Arroyo.
I was.
You heard.
Enough to understand the situation. I had my gun leveled on you. You'd drawn back on the trigger, I'd have blasted your gun out of your hand.
Where'd you come from? Who are you? And that Injun?
Me, Tonto.
You see, if you tried to silence that man, there'd have been 2 witnesses to another murder.
Well, I couldn't do it.
I understand, Bates.
You called me Bates. That's twice you called me Bates. You heard my real name.
Perhaps I called you Bates because I'm more or less on your side.
My side?
Lem Halstead served time in prison in Kansas,
Yeah.
in Sheriff Masters County.
Yeah.
That's where they're still looking for you. That affair was 10 years or more ago. You must have been pretty young.
Well, I was only 17.
I see.
But who are you? Where'd you come from?
We were watering our horses in the spring down below there. Here, Silver.
Scout.
Well, I suppose you'll try and beat Lem Halstead to that reward now.
Perhaps not.
Well, where are you going?
Right now, we're heading for Kansas. Hi-yo,
Get him up,
Silver! Away!
Heading for Kansas. That means it won't be long before Sheriff Masters will be trying to get me out of this county so he can throw me in jail for murder.
The next day.
I told you yesterday I'd be back for your answer. What about it, Morton?
Not so loud. I don't want Mary to hear.
Well, I don't hanker to stay around these parts very long. Let me know pronto if you aim to pay me or go to jail in Kansas.
I've got to have some time. Let me see what I can do, Lem.
How much time?
Well, a couple of days.
Well, make it for sure, then. I'll be back day after tomorrow. And you better have the cash. Get up there.
I don't know what to do.
Jack,
Oh, yeah, Mary?
come inside, Jack. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Mary?
Isn't there something you want to tell me?
Well, I don't know.
I heard that man call you Morton.
Yes, he called me Morton.
You did a little talking in your sleep last night, too.
I suppose the only thing to do is to tell you everything.
Not a lot sooner you would.
Mary, a man can't hide his past, especially if there's a big mistake in it. It always catches up to him sooner or later. I thought, being as I had gone straight all these years, I could marry you, settle down here in Texas, and be happy. But it's no use.
You were in on a killing, weren't you?
How'd you know?
You kept saying Killer Morton in your sleep.
Oh, did I?
And you was thinking about a son. Your son growing up and being known as a killer son.
Mary, I'll tell you the whole story. Maybe you can decide what to do. It all started when Lem Halstead put a proposition up to me. I was just past 17. He was around 30 then. I didn't know he was planning a robbery, but that's what he was doing. We were seen, and there was one shot.
Run! Run! We're seen!
You shot him! I got away, and Lem Halstead was caught. Well, that's the whole story, Mary. The law still wants me in Kansas.
I believe you, Jack. Even if you weren't really to blame, you'd have to pay for it.
8 years, Mary. 8 years, during which I tried to square myself with the world. I joined the Army, fought Indians, took all kinds of chances. But I wasn't ever hurt, not even wounded. So I figured that the Lord had forgiven me. He sees things sometimes different than the law does.
Yes, Jack.
Now, do you still have any use for me?
I love you, Jack. What's a wife for if not to stick to her husband through all sorts of trouble?
Oh, Mary.
There's no use paying Lem Halstead. That wouldn't be the honest thing.
Well, if I do sell the place here and pay him, that masked man of the Redskin will likely report me anyhow.
The only thing to do is to ride to the sheriff and surrender yourself.
At least 10 years in jail. Maybe longer.
I'll be waiting, Jack. You know that.
And the little fella that's coming. Mary, what of him?
He'll be waiting, too. Or she. At least you'll have squared yourself with everyone, and then you can face the world for the fine, honest man you are.
I wouldn't even see him in all that time. He wouldn't see me, his own paw, until he was half grown.
But he'd love you, Jack. I'd tell him all about you and how fine and good you were. And he'd be looking forward the same as me for the time when you'd come back home.
Then, if that's what you want...
It is, Jack.
I'll ride to the county seat tomorrow. I'll give myself up. Tell the sheriff to send me to Kansas and Sheriff Masters.
You're brave, Jack.
I haven't been.
I'm proud of you. And somehow I have a feeling you won't have to go to jail.
You don't know Sheriff Masters.
We'll see. Remember, Sheriff Masters doesn't know you.
Before the next act of our Lone Ranger drama, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. When Lem Halstead threatened to turn Jack Bates over to Sheriff Masters, Jack decided to give himself up. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to Kansas and investigated the 10-year-old crime for which Bates was wanted. Then they headed for a railroad station where gleaming wire showed them that there was a telegraph.
Tonto, there's a station right ahead.
That's good.
We can use that telegraph and check on the report we've had of Jack Morton. We'll save a lot of time. Those reports are true. We may be able to help him more than he thinks. There's something.
Look out. Maybe feller not send message.
I think he'll send it all right.
we make 'em.
Steady there, Silver, old boy.
Hi, stranger.
I want to speak to you.
You're masked.
Yes.
Get away. This ain't no place for masked men.
Stay there with the horses, Tonto.
No, you don't.
Not so fast. Don't try to slam that door.
Now, see here. Ain't nothing here that's worth robbing.
I don't want to rob you. All I want is for you to send a message.
I can't do it unless it's railroad business.
Yes, you can. It's government business.
Yeah?
Here's the message I want sent.
But, see here, mister, this ain't government business.
Yes, it is the business of the government to give men the right to life and liberty. That message means all of that to the men concerned.
Jack Morton. Say,
Well,
I was talking with the operator down Texas way this morning.
talking to him?
On the telegraph, I mean. We sort of visit back and forth.
Well,
He told me about Jack Morton. He surrendered himself to the sheriff.
he did?
Yeah. They're sending word to Sheriff Masters up here to go and get him. He's wanted for a murder he done 10 years ago.
I know he is.
Fact is, he's on his way here right now. There's a couple of deputies bringing him.
Sheriff Masters is south of here, between here and the Texas border.
Just so.
I had to come a long way north to get to this office.
Yeah?
If Sheriff Masters is the kind of man I think, he'll waste no time with Jack Morton, or Bates, as he calls himself now.
Masters don't waste time with no one. He'll have Morton tried first thing in the morning, chances are. Then they'll be set to hang him afore night if they don't lynch him.
They won't hang him, will they?
Sure they will. He's been a fugitive too long to get anything else.
Send that message, and get me an answer as soon as you can.
Well, I'll do it, mister, even if it is against the rules.
My friend will stay around here 2 or more days if necessary. May take that long before the answer comes. Tonto, I'm riding for Sheriff Masters County. You stay here. As soon as the message comes from Washington, bring it to me.
Why, you go.
To try and postpone a hanging. Hail, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger headed south. Meanwhile, Jack Morton had been taken north from Texas to Sheriff Masters, who immediately called for a trial. While the masked rider urged his great horse Silver to its utmost speed, Jack was brought before the judge.
Yes, I did it all right. I came to surrender.
That's all we need to know, Judge. He's confessed to the crime, all right.
You plead guilty?
Yes.
Married, eh?
Well, this is my wife. She came with me, Your Honor.
Well, there's nothing for the jury to decide. Stand up close to the bar and hear your sentence.
Yes, sir.
If you'd been captured at the time, you would have had 10 years. As it is, you've been a fugitive from justice. You've cost the county no end of time, money, and trouble. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
For that, you'll get the maximum. I sentence you to hang by the neck till dead.
No! No, you can't do that!
Come on there, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Taken to prison, stunned by the grim penalty that had been meted out, Jack sat in his cell with his wife on the opposite side of the bars. There were only a few short hours before he was to hang.
Jack, I can't believe it. It can't be true.
Mary, I was willing to pay, but this...
I'm going to talk to the sheriff.
It won't do no good.
But it won't do any harm.
The Lone Ranger drew closer to his goal, but he realized how quickly a sentence of death would be carried out. Silver responded to his urging with even greater speed.
Come on, Silver! A man's life is at stake! A good man's life!
Sheriff, you can save him if you're mind to. He's a good man.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton, but the law's the law.
Can't you understand? There's not just me. There's a little one coming.
It's too bad. But he killed a man.
That was 10 years ago. He wasn't more than a boy.
He should have thought of that before he married you.
Lem Holstead was only given 10 years. He wasn't killed.
Sure, he was weak-kneed, that's why. Now, there's nothing more to talk about. You can stay here in my office if you want till the hanging is over.
Oh, heaven help us.
Jake, you stay here with Mrs. Morton. I'll go with Pete and Lefty and the prisoner.
All right, Sheriff.
Sheriff, this is murder you're doing.
The law is the law.
But, Sheriff...
All set, Sheriff?
Come on, we'll get him out in the cell and take him to where the boys are waiting for him.
The rope's all set.
The sooner we get this done with, the better. I hate like sin to do it, but... Well, we gotta show the rest of the folks that crime don't pay in Kansas.
That's right.
Got the keys?
Yeah.
Sheriff,
Yeah?
my wife, did she talk to you?
Yeah.
You're gonna let me out?
Yeah.
Then you've changed your mind?
Changed my mind.
You're gonna let me go?
Can't do it, Jack.
Well, then why?
Ain't for me to say. The law spoke, and all I can do is carry out the law.
You mean...
You're going now, Morton. I reckon it'll be best if you don't see your wife again. Come on.
No. No, you can't do it. Sheriff...
Now, don't make trouble. We got 2 men here to rope you if we have to do it. There just ain't no way to get around the law.
No, I reckon they ain't.
That's the way to take it, Morton.
And I thought... what a fool.
You thought what?
That I'd been forgiven.
Well, there's the boys right ahead.
Hey, there's someone coming there.
Why, that's the masked man.
Who? He's riding hard.
Maybe he's got word for you, Sheriff. He's heading right this way.
Likely wants a share of the reward.
Stand aside there!
Hey, what's this mean?
Look out there!
Stop that! Look out for that horse!
Make way! Come on, Jack! Sit down with me!
But you...
that man.
Get your gun!
That's it, Jack! Hi-yo,
Snatched him right away from us.
Never got the chance to use a gun.
Knock me clean off my feet!
Where's his wife? I'll hold her, that's what I'll do. You boys round up a posse. Scour the country for them, too. The masked man will hang alongside Morton when we get him.
What did you say?
He got away.
My husband, isn't he going to hang?
He'll hang, but not as planned. We got to get him back first.
I never seen nothing like the way that masked man rid up, lifted him to the white horse and hightailed.
Oh, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
You're staying here till we get your husband back. Savvy that?
I'm glad to. I'm glad to stay here forever as long as Jack is alive.
Several days went by. The sheriff's posse was unable to find any sign of Jack or the masked man. And finally, the deputies returned to town. Sheriff Masters refused to give up.
What sort of men are you? Them two couldn't disappear into thin air.
We sure hunted high and low for him.
Then get out and hunt some more. I want both them men, dead or alive.
He's still alive.
Do you know where he's hiding?
No, Sheriff.
If I thought you did...
I wouldn't tell you if I did.
Now, look here, Mrs. Morton. You can't stay in this here office from now on.
Then put me in the jail.
I can't do that neither. You ain't committed no crime.
No, and I don't think Jack did either.
Look, suppose I was to let you go back to Texas.
I wouldn't go, Sheriff.
Why not?
Because I wouldn't know whether Jack was alive or dead. I wouldn't know whether or not he'd been found and brought back.
Dad, rat it all, you can't stay here. I can't lock you up. My missus can't go on feeding you and letting you sleep in our place.
Sheriff, we got an Indian here.
Well, what about it?
Me, Tonto.
Tonto. Jack spoke of...
What about it? What are you bringing him here for?
He rid into town, and one of the boys recognized him as a friend of the masked man.
Yeah?
They seen him last night. He was building a fire on Dead Man's Hill. And this morning he was keeping that same fire going and heaping wet stuff on to make a smoke signal.
Oh. And who you signaling to?
Me send message.
To who?
To good friend.
The masked man?
What for?
Me tell him come back.
Come back? You mean he'll come here on account of you sending a smoke signal?
That's right. Maybe him come heap soon.
He can't be close enough to see that signal. If he was, we'd have found him.
Him hide trail plenty good.
They got him both. What? What's that?
Here they come. There they got him. The masked man and the other. He surrendered, Sheriff, but he won't give up his guns or take his mask off.
Hold this,
Open both.
You wait. He got gun.
You in on it too, huh?
You keep back. Where's the message, Tonto? Yeah, we got it here. Give it to the sheriff.
What's this?
Sheriff, while you were arresting Morton, I sent a message to Washington to the War Department. Jack Morton had a fine Army record, good enough to merit a lot of things.
Army records?
Jack, why don't you stay away? What'd you come back for?
We're trusting the masked man, Mary.
Tonto waited for the replies to come in, Sheriff, and I had to take Morton away so he wouldn't be dead when his pardon arrived.
Pardon?
The War Department sent word to the governor of Kansas. He's sending a pardon by a fast rider. Isn't that what the message says, Tonto?
That's right. That's why me send smoke signal.
This sure says them very things, stranger.
Sheriff, you're a hard man, but I reckon you're honest. You won't hang me till that pardon has a chance to get here, will you?
No, Dad Rabbit. Morton, I'm glad it's coming. I'm glad for the sake of your wife and... well, for the sake of your whole doggone family.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on there, Silver, old boy! Maggie McGee needs our help! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You had breakfast yet?
I'm waiting for Chester to get back from the depot. Somebody told him there's a telegram for me.
Telegram? You should have left it there, man.
What?
A telegram usually means somebody's coming to Dodge looking for you, or that you've got to go somewhere and look for them. Either way, it spells trouble.
Well, if it wasn't for trouble, Doc, I wouldn't have a job.
Well, then you ought to quit. It's a poor thing when a man has to make his living off of other people's troubles.
Oh? Tell me, Doc, how long's it been since anybody came to you and told you how good they were feeling, huh?
Say now. Oh, I hadn't thought about it. Well, I guess we were pretty much alike after all, man. Well, hello, Chester.
Hello, Doc.
I got it, Mr. Dillon.
Well, what are you looking so glum about, Chester? What does it say?
Well, you better read it. It's kind of private-like.
Huh? U.S. Marshal, Dodge City, Kansas. Coming to get married. Noon train, Saturday. Meet me. Signed, Mavis McLeod.
Oh, Mavis McLeod. Oh, that's a right pretty name. Oh, she's pretty, too. See, where's she from, anyway? You really gonna get married, Mr. Dillon? Hey, you're pretty foxy, Matt, keeping this so quiet.
Now, wait a minute, you two. If you're all through talking, I'll tell you something.
Yes, quiet, Chester. This is an important moment. Well, I'm listening.
All right. Now, this may be kind of a shock to you, but since you're both friends of mine, I thought it'd be best that you be the first to know.
Yes, my friend.
I am not about to get married, and what's more, I never heard of any Mavis McLeod.
What? Well, she still might be pretty, man.
I don't care if she looks like Lily Langtree.
Well, but, Mr. Dillon, ain't you even going to meet her?
Well, I may meet her, but right now, let's go get some breakfast and talk about something else, huh?
Look at that, Mr. Dillon. Straight up noon, and there comes the Santa Fe right on time.
Yeah.
Well, it's troubling you, ain't it?
No. I think trains should run on time, Chester.
Yes, sir, that's what I mean. Hey, look. There's Miss Kitty going into the depot there, see?
What? Chester.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, I swear I haven't said a word to her about this. She's probably expecting some mail or packages or something. Anyway, she didn't see this. Say, how are we going to tell Mavis McLeod from anybody else?
I don't know.
Look at there. There's a girl. Would that be her?
Well, I told you I never even heard of her, Chester. How would I know what she looks like?
That little girl's right pretty, Mr. Dillon. She's the only female there.
Okay, let's go ask her.
I'd judge her to be about 18, wouldn't you?
Yeah, about.
Oh, my. I say, she is pretty.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'm Matt Dillon.
Oh. Well, maybe you can help me.
Well, maybe.
I'm looking for the U.S. Marshal here. Do you know him?
Oh, I'm the marshal.
Oh, you are? Well, then you got my telegram.
Yes, I did. I said, that's right. You didn't have my name on it, did you?
Well, of course not. How would I know your name? Oh, my goodness. You didn't think I was coming to marry you, did you? Oh, how awful. I mean, how awful for you.
Well, I'm still a little confused, Miss McLeod. Excuse me. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Chester?
I'm proud to know you, ma'am. Miss.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Marshal Dillon. I guess I should have explained more in the telegram.
That's all right. Who did you come here to marry?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, not yet. I just got here. You two are the only man I've met.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go over to the depot there and see if you can find Kitty, will you?
Yes, sir. I sure will.
Tell me something, Mavis. How old are you?
I'll be 19 in December.
Uh-huh. Where are you from?
I won't tell you.
Well, why not?
Because it isn't polite for a gentleman to ask a lady so many personal questions.
All right. But why did you send me that telegram?
Because I thought I'd be safe with you helping me.
Well, helping you do what?
Get married. Oh, don't look like that. I'm not crazy. They need women out here, don't they? Well, don't they?
Yeah. They need them.
And I'll make a good wife, too. But, of course, it'll have to be the right man, Marshal. I won't marry just anybody, you know. And you can stop shaking your head like that.
I found her, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, my.
Oh, Kitty, this is Mavis McLeod.
Hello, Mavis. Welcome to Dodge.
Why, thank you, Kitty.
Kitty.
I know, Matt. Chester told me all about it. Don't mind the marshal, Mavis. Sometimes he's a little slow to understand these things.
He most certainly is. Why, he's been looking at me as though I were a bug of some kind.
You take care of her, will you, Kitty? And I'll go try to figure something out.
She'll be okay, Matt.
And, Kitty, don't...
don't worry. I won't take her to the Texas Trail.
Good. You let me know if you need anything, Mavis. Besides a husband, I mean.
What a pair.
What a buy.
We're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. The best cigarette ever made. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. So change to Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. Buy a carton today. You get highest quality with king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. You get highest quality with Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
The next few weeks I thought and worried about Mavis a lot. But I should have known I was wasting my time. She met a young fellow called Barney Wales, and 3 days later they got married. Kitty called it love at first sight. But anyway, I knew Barney, and he was a sober, hard-working cowboy who'd started a little spread of his own not far from Dodge. It was a good match, and it looked like they were going to make out fine. At least I thought so. Until one day when I was sitting in the office trying to keep cool.
I'm looking for Marshal Dillon.
Oh, come in, fella.
It's not fella, it's Mister.
Oh? Remember that, huh, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir, I surely will. From St. Louis, Marshal. Now, let's not waste any more time, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind, Staley. Who are you looking for?
You know who I'm looking for. Mavis McLeod.
I thought so. Well, what do you want of her?
That's my business, Marshal.
Oh, maybe.
Where is she?
Oh, what makes you think I'd know?
She sent you a telegram from St. Louis. I knew she was headed out here somewhere, so I checked. Mavis isn't the kind to arrive in a place unknown.
I see.
Well, are you going to tell me where she is?
Well, not till I know why you want to see her.
And I'll find her myself. She's around here somewhere.
She's married, Staley.
What?
She's married. Now, why don't you go on back to St. Louis and forget about it, huh?
Who'd she marry?
Well, what difference does it make? You're not going to bother her.
We'll see about that. And meantime, I hold you responsible for this, Marshal.
Okay. Let's say I'm responsible. Why don't we settle it right now?
No. No, I'll find her first, Marshal. And after I've killed her husband, I'll come looking for you.
Well, forevermore. There's about the bloodthirstiest man I ever did see, Mr. Dillon. He's going to kill everybody.
Well, he might try it, Chester. I think I better ride out and talk to Barney Wales.
No, sir, not today. What? Well, Barney and Mavis, they're in town today. I seen them over at the Dodge House this morning. They're staying the night there.
Well, then I'll go find them there before Lou Staley does. Hello, Barney.
Marshal Dillon, come on in. Hey, Mavis, it's Marshal.
Hello, Marshal.
How are you, Mavis?
Oh, I'm fine. I mean, we're fine. Aren't we, Barney?
We sure are. You got to ride out and have dinner with us some Sunday, Marshal. Mavis here is the best doggone cook you ever saw.
Oh, it'd be strange if a girl from St. Louis couldn't cook.
Why'd you say that, Marshal?
Mavis ain't from St. Louis. Leastwise, she never told me she was.
It doesn't matter where I'm from, does it, Barney?
Of course not. But how did the Marshal know?
There's only one way. Lou Staley told him.
Lou Staley? Who's he?
Well, I don't know, Barney, but he says he's going to kill you.
What?
For marrying Mavis.
Oh. He loves you, too. Is that it, Mavis?
No. Not exactly.
Well, what then?
I made up the name McLeod, Barney. My real name's Staley.
There's only one thing I want to know, Mavis.
Yes,
You love him?
I hate him.
Okay. Let him come, Marshal. I'll fight him.
No. No, you go out to your ranch. I'll take care of Staley.
I never run from a fight in my life, and I don't aim to start now.
Please, Barney.
It's
you
no
can't...
use arguing. If this Staley's looking for me, he can find me. What's he armed with, Marshal?
6-gun. Carries it in his belt.
Okay. I'll go about my business here like always. But I'll sure keep one eye open.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Oh, hello, John.
Evening, Mark.
How are you, Kitty? I was in here with Chester a little earlier. Where were you?
I took a walk after supper. Anything to stay out of this saloon for a while. What'd you want me for?
Well, there's a man over there at the bar, Kitty. That tall, dude-looking fella. You see him?
Who is it?
Well, his name's Lou Staley. Did you ever hear of him?
No?
Yeah. I thought maybe Mavis McLeod might have said something about him.
She's never mentioned him. But I've hardly seen her since she got married. What's it about, Matt?
Well, Staley's kind of disappointed over Mavis getting married. Says he's going to kill Barney and me and, well, I don't know who.
He is?
Yeah, he followed her out here from St. Louis.
So that's it. Jealous ex-lover, huh?
Mavis' real name is Staley, Kitty.
It is. Well, I guess Mavis kind of fooled all of us. I can understand Staley wanting to kill Barney.
That's not my business how Mavis messes up her life or anybody else's, but murder's wrong, Kitty. No matter what the cause, it's wrong.
Matt, look.
Yeah, I see her.
She's seen us, too.
Hello, Marshal. Kitty.
Sit down, Mavis.
You shouldn't be in here, Mavis.
I know, Kitty, but I had to come.
Where's Barney?
He's talking business with some cattle buyers over at the Dodge House. He doesn't know I'm here.
It's no place for you, you know.
It's good enough for Kitty, isn't it?
I work here. I explained all that to you.
Well, I didn't come here for fun. I ran into Chester out in the plaza, and he told me I'd find Lou Staley here. I've got to talk to him. Probably won't do any good, but I've got to try.
Well, he's over there at the bar.
I know, I saw him. But I didn't dare walk up to the bar, not with all those men watching.
Okay, Mavis, I'll get him. No, I guess I won't have to.
I knew I'd find you sooner or later, Mavis.
I want to talk to you, Lou.
It's too late for talk. I told you what I'd do, and I'm going to do it.
Lou, I want to talk to you alone.
Go out back, Mavis. The door's right over there. Nobody will bother you outside.
Come on, Lou.
Won't do any good, Mavis. You know it won't.
I don't like this, Kitty.
Why not? Talking's better than fighting, isn't it?
No, talking isn't going to stop him. You know, there's something wrong about him, Kitty. It's sort of like he can't hear or see anything but himself. Like he's all alone in the world.
Any man in love acts like that.
Well, maybe. But if I didn't think he'd just keep coming back, I'd tie him up and throw him on a train for back east.
Well, we should do something. Matt.
Yeah, come on.
Matt, look, it's Mavis.
Yeah. Mavis.
Did he kill her?
No, she's still alive.
You go after Staley, Matt. I'll take care of her.
I'll get Staley, but I'm going to carry Mavis over to Doc's first. You better come along, Kitty.
Well, Mr. Dillon, that's the worst thing I ever heard of. Shooting a woman.
Well, Doc says she's got a fair chance, Chester.
You're going to tell Barney about it, then go after Lou Staley, huh?
I'm going to do more than that.
You are? What?
You'll see.
Well, I hope Barney's still here at the Dodge House.
I hope so, too, Chester.
Maybe that's him standing over there. I know that one fella. He's a cattle buyer.
Oh, there's Barney with his back to us.
I got better beef than that, but you're going to have to pay for it.
Oh, Barney.
Hi, Marshal. There's a Marshal.
How are you, gentlemen?
What are you doing here, Marshal? Something wrong? There is, ain't there? I can tell.
Yeah, there's something wrong, Barney.
Well, what is it? Tell me. Where's Mavis?
Now, wait a minute, Barney. Look, do you trust me?
Well, sure I do, Marshal. Of course. Why shouldn't I?
Well, no reason, but I want you to think about it when you wake up.
All right, gentlemen, don't interfere in something you don't know anything about. Chester,
Yes, sir.
Go get a rope and tie him up, but fix it so he can walk. And when he comes to, take him to jail.
Well, Mr. Dillon, he...
Do it.
Okay, sir.
I warned the cattle buyers there not to say a word to anybody about Barney. And then I went out looking for Lou Staley. I tried every saloon and gambling house in Dodge. But finally I gave it up and went over to the jail and got Chester. It was past midnight when we entered the Dodge house once more, had a talk with the clerk, and then went up to Barney and Mavis' room.
You think Staley's run off, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, he won't run till he does what he came here to do. Here it is. Okay, get inside.
Yes.
All right. You stand over there, Chester, so you'll be behind the door when it opens.
All right. Staley's sure going to be surprised if he does come here, ain't he?
Yeah, unless that clerk downstairs bungles it.
Well, all he's got to do is say Barney come in a while ago and went upstairs.
That sounds easy. But he might get scared and say anything.
What's there to be scared of a man who shoots women?
Now, the clerk doesn't know about that, Chester. And besides, Staley may be crazy, but he's armed and he's dangerous.
Yes, sir, I guess you're right. Say, Barney got real wild when he come to and found himself all tied up. I had a terrible time with him. He blamed...
Wait a minute. Quiet, Chester.
Think it's him?
All right, Wales, you coward. Where are you?
Hold it right there, Staley.
Your best cigarette buy today is Chesterfield. There's Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. And for your convenience, Chesterfield Regular. What a pair. Either way, you get the taste and mildness you want. A refreshing smoke every time. Either way, you get highest quality, low nicotine. Buy a carton of Chesterfield. They're best for you.
In regular or king size, you can get 'em either way. The best smoke ever made, the Chesterfield you buy today. Smokers coast to coast are changing, it's a cinch to do. Here's all you have to say to get the one that's best for you. Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
That's Doc's office at the top of the stairs, Barney.
He says Mavis is going to be okay, huh?
Yeah, she's doing fine. Now, here we are.
Wait a minute, Marshal.
Yeah?
About last night, I'd have found Lou Staley somehow, and I'd have killed him any way I could, Marshal.
It might have been murder, Barney.
Yeah. I guess this is the first time I ever thanked the man for knocking me out. Let's go on in now.
Hello, Matt. Barney?
Where's Mavis, Doc?
She's in the back room there. And except for a little fever, she's coming along fine, Barney. Of course, you'll have to stay quiet for a few days. You can't be moving her around.
Can I see her now, Doc?
Sure, go ahead. Mavis told me about the shooting, Matt. You know what happened?
No, what, Doc?
Well, she tried to take Staley's gun away from him, that's what. They were fighting over it, and it went off. He didn't try to kill her at all.
Huh? You know, it's funny about Staley.
What, man?
Most men would have tried to kill a wife that ran off and married somebody else.
Wife? Oh, no, you don't mean that. And Mavis seems like such a nice girl.
Now, you never know.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
Mavis would like to see you.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Marshal.
Mavis?
There's something I want to tell you, Marshal.
Okay.
Ronnie already knows. I told him yesterday after you left.
Now go on.
It's about Lou Staley. I know what you think, but I've known him all my life, Marshal. And Lou was crazy. There was something wrong with him. I guess I was ashamed of it, or I'd have told everybody sooner, especially Barney.
You're not responsible for his being crazy.
No, wait. Lou always did say he'd kill any man I married. That's why I ran away.
Now, you're asking an awful lot of him, Mavis, crazy or not.
Marshal. Lou Staley wasn't my husband. He was my brother.
Mavis, you've been nothing but trouble to me ever since I got that telegram. And I don't want to ever see you again. Unless it's across your dining room table some Sunday.
L&M goes king size. Yes, L&M goes king size. Now, L&M is king size as well as regular. Both have the same low price. Both have the miracle tip for the effective filtration you need. Yes, it's the filter that counts. And L&M has the best. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine, a light and mild smoke. Yes, this is it. L&M filters, just what the doctor ordered. Buy a carton, king size or regular, both at the same low price. L&M filters, America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Sunday picnic. There are killers loose in this area, and we have to take every precaution. Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. I hate to do this to you, hey, boy, but...
Esau. You want a room?
I have a room, thank you.
Esau. Mr. Paladin. Hey, boy, just close eyes at midnight for catnap.
At midnight? Some catnap. It's now 5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock?
What are you doing on the desk?
Night clerk gets sick, hey, boy, take over. Hey, Mr. Paladin, why you have suitcase? You leave the town?
Yes, I'm taking the early stage, hey, boy.
Oh, you get nice job?
Well, Mr. Alonso of the New World Music Company has asked me to find 2 friends of his who are missing in Arizona.
Yeah, plenty room in Arizona territory to get lost.
I know, hey, boy, but these people should be easy to find. Professor Oscar Isles and his niece, they sell harmoniums. I don't imagine they've passed unnoticed.
Anonymous? Well, what's that?
There's a parlor organ, hey, boy. It plays music. You've seen them.
Esau.
Oh, by the way, I have 2 tickets to the opera tomorrow night, but I won't be able to make it. Here. Why don't you take Miss Wong?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Paladin. Hey, boy, always wanted to see opera. What is opera like?
Well, it's somewhat like a play with music.
Oh, many dancing girls?
No, I'm afraid not. Not in this one, anyway.
Oh.
But I understand the soprano carries enough weight to make up for several dancing girls.
Oh, then, hey, boy, what's soprano?
I'm afraid you'll have to, hey, boy. You can't miss her. Crisis in Paris. Debate in the United Nations. Trouble in Turkey or Tokyo. North, south, east, or west. CBS News covers the news. Because CBS News maintains large staffs of crack correspondents to give eyewitness immediacy to their reports. No station that lacks affiliation with a network of the dimension and scope of CBS Radio can possibly give you this eyewitness clarity. If you want to know what's going on now, if you prefer your news new, not warmed over, you're already making a habit of CBS News on CBS Radio. You are exercising selective judgment. With hundreds of correspondents at or within fast flight of all major world developments, CBS News pledges continued coverage of what happens wherever it happens. The first word in speed, the last word in accuracy. Yours on this station, daytime or night. Your key to all the world's happenings, reported by the famous names of CBS News. Your ticket of admission to full understanding of history and the happening is this station's affiliation with CBS Radio. The hardest part of my journey to Arizona was the seat of the stagecoach. At the end of the line, the saddle of the horse I rented felt soft in comparison. Professor Oscar Isles and his niece Elsa were well remembered at places where they had given concerts displaying the New World Harmonium. Their trail led into rugged country, and late one afternoon I looked down into a valley and saw a wagon careening along a rough road. Unmistakably, it was the professor and his niece, and they were having considerable trouble. A group of riders were following the wagon, and the old man was firing a rifle at them. The young woman beside him fought to control the spooked horses. They had to be stopped before the wagon overturned. I rode down to help them. Hang on to the reins. Stop firing that rifle.
Those are outlaws back there.
Well, whoever they are, they've pulled up. They're just waiting.
Those are desperate-looking men. They've been chasing us.
Uncle is only trying to protect us.
If they had planned to harm you, ma'am, the way your uncle was firing that gun wouldn't have stopped them. Now, let's just wait and see what they have on their minds.
Uncle, One of them is riding toward us.
Don't worry, my dear. I have him in my sights.
Which is about the safest place for him to be. Now, just put the gun down.
Howdy. Can I talk with you? I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Ride on up, Marshal.
He looks like a criminal to me.
Looks don't always make the law, man. My name is Paladin, Marshal.
Well, I'm John Bone. I didn't mean to stampede these folks, Paladin. Only wanted to tell them something.
We saw you. You were chasing us.
No, ma'am. Just waiting for the gent here to run out of ammunition or the horses to run out of steam. Me and my men were...
Those are your men? Those savages?
Indian scouts. They're about the finest trackers you can get. Let the Marshal talk.
Thank you, Paladin. We've been trying to ride down a renegade named Chivaro. Heard that him and his half-breeds have come up from the border to do some raiding.
Oh, no.
Afraid so, ma'am. They're all known killers, too. We were going to warn you to make for a town or fort.
Is this Chivaro supposed to be close by?
Well, I'm not sure. We're heading for the last place they were seen. Maybe we can trail them from there, but it's getting kind of late in the day. Guess we'll have to make camp.
You mind if we camp with you? Then I'll escort these folk to the nearest settlement tomorrow.
Glad to have you, Paladin. I'll tell my men.
Well, Professor Isles, we can make camp here if you don't mind.
Did you call me Professor Isles?
I did. And you are Miss Elsa, his niece, right?
Yes, but... Well, how did you know?
Mr. Alonso in San Francisco was worried about you. You're long overdue, so he sent me to find you.
Not really.
Where'd you been?
Well, we kept getting lost and having to start over.
Uncle Oscar, I told you we should have written.
But I wanted to surprise dear Alonso.
Oh, well, we better make camp.
Those savages, are they really going to be with us?
They are, for the night. And you should be mighty grateful.
Well, I doubt if I'll be able to sleep with them camped with us.
Well, let me tell you, Professor, I wouldn't be able to sleep without them. Now that I know Chivaro and his renegades are nearby.
I must admit, Mr. Paladin, it's quite reassuring to have Marshal Bone and his men standing guard.
I thought you'd feel that way when it got dark.
It's rather frightening to think there may be killers out there beyond the firelight.
Chivaro and his men are mostly Apache half-breeds, ma'am, and not likely to attack an armed camp. Then you never know.
Well, it's much too gloomy around here. Uncle Oscar, what we need is some music.
Why, Elsa, my dear, it's a splendid idea. You can play for these gentlemen to express our thanks. Come, I shall lower the tailgate.
I'm sure Mr. Paladin is a music lover. I shall dedicate my concert to him.
What are they talking about, Paladin? We are about to be favored by Miss Elsa Isles at the harmonium. Come on, Marshal.
I ain't heard a harmonium since I was in church last. That's longer than I care to think about.
Oh, and now, gentlemen, I take pleasure in presenting my lovely niece, Miss Elsa Isles, in concert at the compact but mighty console of this splendid New World harmonium. Ready, Elsa, dear?
All ready, Uncle. Any requests, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, just something soft and gentle, Miss Isles.
I shall do my best. Just for you, Mr. Paladin.
Before I realized it, I was lost in the music played by the lovely girl. Her beauty and the music of the little harmonium was an unusual contrast to the rugged wilderness and the black night. I wasn't the only one absorbed by the sight and sound. Marshal Bowen seemed hypnotized, and his men moved closer, gazing intently at the girl. They were entranced by the strange music. Even the ones on guard turned their backs to the night and wandered toward the wagon. This would never do. I was about to stop her when she finished her first selection.
Delightful, my dear. Now play my favorite.
All right, Uncle.
Professor, I'm sorry, but I think we'd better end the concert for tonight.
But why, Mr. Paladin?
I've only started.
Marshal.
Huh?
Take a look at your men.
Well, I'll be... Get back to your posts, men. Paladin's right, ma'am. I almost forgot where we were. Thank you for the music, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Paladin, you're evidently not the music lover I thought you were.
A music lover I am, Miss Isles. I also have a great love for life.
You mean the renegades might be out there?
They might be.
real cigarette. Have a Camel. Have a Camel cigarette. Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel. Have a Camel cigarette. Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette. Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette.
If you're smoking more these days, but enjoying it less, change to Camel. The Camel blend of costly tobaccos has never been equaled for real smoking satisfaction. Have a real cigarette.
Have a Camel.
Start to really enjoy smoking again.
The night passed without incident. I tried to get as much rest as I could, for I knew that herding my musician friends through killer-infested country would be no picnic. I hated to see Marshal Bone and his men ride off just before dawn, but I knew they had a job to do. So did I. Getting the professor and Elsa on the road was not easy, but somehow we were soon on our way.
Really, Mr. Paladin, I don't see why we had to start at such a disgustingly early hour. Why, the sun isn't even up.
Now, Elsa.
Miss Isles, if I'm to be responsible for your safety, you'll have to follow my rules of the road.
Mr. Paladin's right, Elsa. We should be thankful he's here.
I'm sure Mr. Alonzo paid him handsomely.
He did, ma'am. He thinks you're worth protecting, even if you don't. All right, now let's travel. Keep your eyes open. We can start again as soon as I tie this water barrel back on the wagon.
Whatever you say, Mr. Paladin.
The horses ought to be arrested by now. There. That'll do it. We'll need that water. There's desert country ahead. Hey, where's your uncle?
He went into that thicket over there. He saw a bird.
You what?
Uncle Oscar is keeping a notebook of unusual flora and fauna we see on our trip.
Look, I told you both to stay close to the wagon. Professor Isles.
He'll be back.
Professor Isles.
He couldn't have gone far.
Miss Isles, in this country, just behind that thicket is far. Come on, we better find him.
Oh, very well.
I wish I could convince you and your uncle that we're not on a Sunday outing. You know that Chivaro is in the area. We have to take every precaution.
Mr. Paladin, we're not children.
I wonder, Miss Isles. Professor? You sure this is the thicket?
Yes, I'm certain. Uncle Oscar! I wonder what could have happened to him.
Well, stay close. There's a small clearing through these bushes. Come on.
Mr. Paladin, look.
Do not fire the gun, senor.
No.
My knife will slice his throat.
Mr. Paladin.
Quiet.
My men surround you. Drop your gun, senor. Bueno. Now, please, come forward.
Do as he says.
That's better, amigos. Now I can let this funny old man go without hurting him.
Elsa, he was going to kill me.
Oh, Uncle Oscar. What will we do, Mr. Paladin?
You better ask him. Senor Chivaro, I believe.
Si, amigo, I'm Chivaro. And I will decide what is to happen to you.
You better make a wise decision, Chivaro. There's a posse not too far away.
This I know. That is why we return to the border. And now, amigos, because of you, Chivaro will travel in safety, comprende?
I think I do. We're your prisoners till you get back into Mexico. Hostages to keep you from being attacked.
See. With you among us, we will not worry about the gringo with the badge.
And after you cross the border, what then?
What then, senor? You and the old one here, my Apache brothers, can have to do what they will. And as for the senorita, we will see.
Mr. Paladin, what does he mean?
Miss Isles, I'm afraid this is no time to explain. Just pray that you never find out. The professor and I were tied to the back of the wagon, half dragged along the dusty road. Chivaro rode up with Elsa, taunting her mercilessly. Just as the professor was about to collapse, we luckily had to stop for camp as it was growing dark. Guards were posted, and the professor and I were untied, forced to sit near the campfire. Much to the amusement of his men, Chivaro made sport of Elsa by climbing up into the wagon and throwing out her personal effects one by one. Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, Paladin. What is it?
Don't look for yourself, but I just saw Marshal Bone, a couple of his men, up on the bluff against the moonlight.
Oh? Can they help us?
Well, they can't attack with us caught in the middle. Chivaro's guards haven't seen them. They're too busy watching Chivaro. We've got to find a way to help.
You come up on this wagon, senorita. You play this music box for me.
Oh, I will not, and you can't force me to. Uncle, Mr. Paladin.
I say you will play, senorita. And Chivaro mean what he says.
Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Paladin, can't we stop him?
Miss Isles.
Come up on that wagon.
Wait. Please, play for me.
What?
Play just as you did last night.
But I don't...
Please, Miss Isles.
All right, Mr. Paladin.
See, my better, senorita. Look, girl, you made the music put you on. I put you up on the wagon.
Are you thinking of Paladin making her play for that ruffian?
Remember what happened last night when she played? We were all practically hypnotized by the music. It might happen again. Only Chivaro and his renegades will be the victims.
Oh, what then?
I'm not sure. I only hope that Marshal Bone and his men will take it as a signal to move in.
But Paladin...
He's starting.
Qué linda.
Again, the music had its effect. Chivaro stared at Elsa as she played. His men were like children, intrigued by what they saw and heard. All of them turned toward the wagon, their guard duty, everything else forgotten. As I had hoped, Marshal Bone started to move. On the edge of the darkness around the fire, I saw one of his men move up on the renegade guard and silently pull him down behind a boulder, strangling him. Another guard quietly disappeared as the marshal's men took positions as close to the campsite as they dared. Elsa neared the end of her selection. I knew it was time to act. There was a guard near me, his rifle slack in his hands as he listened to the music. I had to get the gun to use on Chivaro before he could hurt Elsa. Hey, amigo. Chivaro, aquí. Miss Isles. Miss Isles, are you all right?
Yes, Mr. Paladin, I think so.
Well, let me help you down from the wagon. I guess you can see now why I wanted you to play.
Yes, Mr. Paladin, I can. And thank you. Thank you ever so much.
Howdy, Paladin.
Hey,
Ma'am,
Paul.
sorry to break up another one of your concerts.
Oh, that's quite all right, Marshal Bone. After those renegades, you and your men look like angels.
Oh, we're not exactly angels, ma'am. Any of you folks hurt?
I guess not, but Chivaro and his men are not so fortunate.
Yeah, I think we got them all. And you get the credit for Chivaro, Paladin.
Wait a minute. Where's the professor?
Oh, no. Over there, he's fallen.
Come on. Let me check him, Miss Isles.
He's so still.
He's breathing, though.
I see no wounds.
But he doesn't move. Uncle Oscar?
No, don't be upset. I think he'll come through.
But what's wrong with him?
Oh, not too much, Miss Isles. It's my personal diagnosis. But the good professor has just fainted. Come in. Ah, Miss Wong. Hey, boy.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Paladin. Missy Wong and Head Boy come to welcome you back.
Well, that's most thoughtful of you.
You find people you go after?
Yes, Miss Wong, yes. Lost or found and safely delivered.
Oh, that is very good, Mr. Paladin. Are you bringing back something interesting?
Ah, that's why you're here. You heard about my harmonium, huh?
Head Boy and Missy Wong are most curious about music box.
Well, it's right over here. It was presented to me for services rendered. And I have quite an attachment for this instrument. It saved my life.
Most beautiful.
Yes, Mr. Paladin, can you play this harmonium?
No, hey boy, I'm afraid not. Maybe someday I'll learn how. Oh, by the way, did you two use those tickets to the opera?
Oh, most certainly, Mr. Paladin. Missy Wong and Hey Boy go, but not understanding one word.
Oh, words, very strange. But we sing music. Oh, very lovely.
Well, I guess words aren't always important. Music hath charms to soothe the savage beast, to soften rocks or bend a knotted oak.
Yes, Mr. Paladin think Missy Wong and Hey Boy savages?
Oh, no. Of course not, Hey Boy. No, I was just quoting from a play by Mr. William Congreve. And I never realized what he said was so true.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen. Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Ross, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Harris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Rod Peterson. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, Lawrence Dobkin, and Eleanor Berry. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok! Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats
and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, Thunder and Lightning. Step right up, folks, and see the show. What's that, Sonny? Is that a bowl of golden nuggets? No, sir, that's a bowl of golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the amazing talking cereal. Just pour some milk or cream over them, and these little marvels speak right up with a snap, crackle, pop, and tell you how good and fresh and crisp they are. Get Kellogg's Rice Krispies at your grocer's, son. They're fun to listen to, fun to eat. The greatest threat to the development of the West in the early days was the bandit clan. Battling these bandits were a handful of courageous lawmen, the most famous of which were United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his faithful deputy Jingles. And two of the most dangerous outlaws these saddle partners met had teamed together, calling themselves Thunder and Lightning.
Bill, already I don't like this town of Alkali Springs.
Well, prod up that pony and let's find out what's going on.
You reckon it's got something to do with the sheriff's telegram?
It might have. We'll soon see.
The shooting stopped. We got here just in time.
Yeah, Jingles. Hey, look up the street.
Hey, everybody's hid out in a big circle around the jailhouse. Hey, Bill, that shot come from inside the jail.
I thought so too, partner.
Maybe the sheriff was shooting at us. But that don't make sense. He sent for us to help him out.
Oh, Butcher.
Oh, Joker. Oh.
Yeah, you're right. So what do you say we leave our horses here and scout around a little?
Well, let's be doggone careful how we stick our noses back out in the street.
Yeah. Maybe I better show my hat around the corner first.
No, wait. You got a brand new hat, and I already got 2 holes in mine. I'll do it. There. 3 holes.
Something doesn't add up around here. Let's go around the back of the hotel and sneak up on some of those gents surrounding the jail. Come on, partner, but keep your eyes open.
Keep my eyes open? I'm as pop-eyed now as a newborn calf an hour late for its supper.
Shh, Jingles. I want to surprise this gent.
Yeah, he's looking towards the jailhouse.
Don't turn around, stranger, and keep that gun pointed right where you got it.
All right, don't shoot. What do you want of me?
Never mind that now. Just tell us right quick what's going on here. No, don't turn around.
I'll bet you're part of their gang, trying to help them escape. There they go again.
Whose gang? Who's in that jail?
Thunder and Lightning, that's who. You darn well know.
Thunder and Lightning? Now that's real silly. Ain't even threatening rain.
Won't do you no good to be funny.
You better lay that out real clear, stranger. What do you mean by Thunder and Lightning being in jail?
Well, if you don't know, then you couldn't be one of them. And if you ain't, then I reckon you're on the side of us honest citizens. If that's the case, you can take that gun out of my back, and I'll tell you all about it.
Don't do it, Bill.
You make sense, stranger. Holster that 6 gun and turn around.
Well, now that's better. He gave me his Hickok.
He knows you, Bill.
That's who you are, Wild Bill Hickok, and you're Jingles.
Yeah. How'd you know?
Well, I took both your pictures and run them in my paper just yesterday.
Well.
That was before Thunder and Lightning grabbed the sheriff. I'm Mark Willard, run the Alkali Springs Chronicle. Sheriff told me he'd sent for you, but the next thing we knew, he'd cornered them 2 bandits that call themselves Thunder and Lightning and brought them to heel.
You mean we came out here for nothing?
No, not by a long shot. He'd no sooner locked them up in the jail than they tricked him. Now they got him in there with them.
They got the sheriff?
Yeah. We got the place surrounded, but if we try storming it, they'll kill the sheriff. It's a stalemate.
Maybe not, if I can get close enough to talk to him.
Can't do it, Hickok. They got a clear view all around, and they're crack shots.
Well, we're getting nowhere this way.
Hey, Bill, look up the street. A bunch of riders.
Hey, the Thunder and Lightning gang come to set them free.
Then unlimber those 6 guns, gents. This is going to turn out into an all-out war.
This is Charlie Lion and Slim, the singing cowboy kids. Hey, what's the matter with your fingers, Slim, all bandaged up like that?
Well, doggone it, Charlie, this morning I was a peeling spud, sort of helping the cookie out, you know, and the boss comes in for breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the cookie gave him a big bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies and poured some cream all over him. Well, them little critters set up such a fuss with their snap, crackle, and pop that, well, I just forgot what I was doing and peeled a little too fast, Dad. Blame it.
Well, it sure is lots of fun listening to those Rice Krispies when you pour milk or cream over them. Why, they were just making sure everyone knows how fresh and crisp they are.
Oh, you said it, Charlie. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best. And how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Yes, sir. Get yourself a package of wonderful golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies tomorrow, folks. They're called a talking cereal because they actually tell you with a snap, crackle, pop how crisp and good they're going to taste. It's the barrel of fun cereal, boys and girls. Fun to listen to, fun to eat. So be sure to try Kellogg's Rice Krispies for breakfast. And here's an idea. Eat them with some berries or peaches. Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles, summoned to Alkali Springs by Sheriff Mort Gillis, arrived to find the sheriff a prisoner of the two bandits, Thunder and Lightning. While Mark Willard was telling them the facts, the bandit gang rode into town with guns blazing, and Bill and Jingles were in the middle of an all-out war.
If those Jaspers get through to the jail, we're lost.
They're not getting through, Willard.
Bill, what are you going to do?
I'm going to block them out, partner.
Bill, don't go out there!
All right, hold it right there, gents.
Yeah, who says so?
I do. Any argument?
Yeah, I got an argument, mister, and here it is.
Any other arguments like that? Now turn those cayuses around and hightail it out of town just like you came in.
I don't know who you are, mister, but you just dug your grave. When Thunder and Lightning get out of that jail, we'll all be looking for you, so you better get lost.
Well, now, let me tell you one thing, you loudmouth sand lizard. When you come looking for Wild Bill Hickok, you better come a-shooting.
Hickok?
Oh, the name means something to you, huh?
Cut the palaver and get out of town.
All right, but like I say, we'll be back. Come on, man, let's go.
Well, that takes care of them for now, Bill, but what are we going to do about those two owl hoots, Thunder and Lightning? They still got the sheriff in jail.
We'll have to let them go, partner.
Let them go? Are you local, Bill?
Marshal, you can't let them go after we bottled them up.
It's the only way to save the sheriff, Mr. Willard. Let's go back around toward the jail now and call off all guns. All
right, gents, hold your fire.
Now, simmer down. Simmer down, gents. That's Wild Bill Hickok talking to you. Do what he says and get moving.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing, Hickok.
Me too, Bill.
Hey, out there! Did I hear somebody say the name Wild Bill Hickok?
You sure did. Is that you, Sheriff Gillis?
Jingles! I know that voice anywhere. Where is Bill?
All right, that's enough, Sheriff. Hickok, can you hear me? This is Thunder talking.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's on your mind?
You can't trick us, Hickok. One false move on your part, and your sheriff's a dead goose.
All right. Leave the sheriff there and come on out.
Oh, no, we don't. We're taking the sheriff with us till we get out of town. Then we'll turn him loose.
You willing to take that chance, Sheriff?
Sure I am, Bill. If you say so.
All right, Thunder. But I'm warning you. If he's not back in 20 minutes, I'll have every man who can fire a gun on your trail.
He'll be back. All I want is a head start. Then you or nobody else can catch us. Now stand back. We're coming out.
All right, Sheriff. You go first.
So long, Hickok. My word's as good as yours, so you'll get your sheriff back. But if you come after me then, you're as good as dead and buried on Boot Hill. Come on, Lightning. Yep, boy. Let's ride.
Bill, I don't like this a little bit.
Neither do I, Jingles, but that sheriff's too good a man to lose. Now we sit and wait for him to get back.
Yeah, this is going to be the longest 20 minutes I ever spent. Bill, this town's as quiet as a graveyard all of a sudden.
Everybody's waiting, same as we are, Jingles.
Bill, look, here they come after us.
Stand your ground, partner. We're not wrong for another 9 minutes. Who's leading that crowd, Willard?
Boy, that's Cards London, big gambler in town. Owns a London casino.
Mean-looking Jasper. Bill, I smell trouble, sure as Maisie's made biscuits.
Just don't ask for it, partner.
Howdy, gents. Hickok, I'll come right to the point. We don't like what you did about letting those two sidewinders get away with the sheriff.
You speaking for everybody, London?
Yeah, I'm speaking for everybody. We figure you made a wrong plea.
We've still got 5 minutes to go before I'm wrong.
And every minute those owl hoots are getting farther away.
Now, take it easy, Cards. Take it easy. Wild Bill knows what he's doing.
Well, all I got to say is this. If that sheriff don't show up in, 3 minutes, there's going to be a new marshal and deputy riding this part of the country.
You seem to forget those two called Thunder and Lightning had already killed 3 men this afternoon in that gunfight.
And they'll kill the sheriff, too. And then go on to run free for the rest of their...
Bill, Jingles, look, coming into town.
It's the sheriff. You were right, Bill. You were right.
Oh, they let him go. Well, howdy, Sheriff. Sure glad to see you.
Howdy, boys. Bill, you sure had the engine sign on Thunder and Lightning. They let me go out by Big Oak just like you figured they would.
Well, gents, you were mighty ready to fight against me a few minutes ago. Maybe you'd like to fight with us now.
Yeah.
Sure they are, Bill.
How about you, London?
You win, Hickok. Say the word. We're all with you.
All right. Throw a hairpin over your horses and let's go run those coyotes to ground.
That's it, boys. Grab them coyotes and let's ride.
Come on, you jugheads. Push them mounts on through the pass.
You're heading right back to the hideout, Thunder.
Why, sure I am, Lightning.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard of. That Hickok could track a gopher through here, let alone the whole gang.
Don't worry about it, Lightning. I got a plan.
Yeah, you got a plan. We never should have let the sheriff go in the first place.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong. All right, hold up, men.
Now, what are you up to?
Listen and find out. Now listen to me, all of you. This is the pass to our hideout. We got blasting powder all set on both sides for a time like this.
I begin to see what you mean.
The sheriff knows this hideout, so he'll lead Hickok and the rest of them right into our trap. Now spread out and wait for him. When you hear me fire one shot, throw torches in that blasting powder.
Now you're talking, Thunder.
When the avalanche starts, break out those 6 guns and start shooting. Them we don't bury under the rock, we'll gun down. I don't want one man in that posse left alive, especially Wild Bill Hickok.
Sheriff, you sure you know where you're leading us?
Sure do, Jingles. See that pass ahead?
Yeah?
That leads right to Thunder and Lightning's hideout.
Tracks lead right on through the pass, all right.
We're hot on their heels, Bill.
Hey, Sheriff, wait.
Wait, nothing. We almost got him. Let's...
Bill, I heard a shot.
It's an ambush. Get below on those saddles and ride for it, men. High, buckshot, high. Faster, Jingles!
Bill, the whole hill's coming down. We'll never make it.
All right, hombres, we'll get back to Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles in just a minute. I'm a-stomping over to the cook shack myself to set me down to a great big bowl of you-know-what. So sing it out with me, men. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best. And how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Rice Krispies mean more fun and pep. So come on, gang, let's get in step. Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Add milk or cream, that's all you do. Then listen to 'em talk to you. Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. I'm a-levelin' with you, folks. There ain't no finer tasting breakfast food than Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the talkin' cereal. Boy, when you pour milk on these little critters, it sounds like they're a-gunnin' for you. Yes, sir, they go snap, crackle, and pop. And they're a-telling you in no uncertain terms how crisp and how fresh they are. So you better check your supply of Kellogg's Rice Krispies right now. Don't get caught without 'em. Well, sir, what do you say? Let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
The sheriff was leading the chase after the two bandits, Thunder and Lightning and their gang, when Wild Bill suddenly tried to stop him just before they entered the pass to the bandit hideout. Bill's idea came too late, however, and they rode right into an ambush.
Bill, did everybody get through?
I don't know, Jingles. Take cover, men!
Those sidewinders knew the sheriff would lead us through here.
Yeah, I thought about it too late. Come on, we'll smoke these varmints out yet.
Bill, here's some cover over here.
This way, Jingles. Up there, Buckshot. Up.
I hope he found a big hole for me, too. Hey, there's one of the varmints. Well, that's one less we got to worry about.
Good shot, Jingles. You got him.
Ooh, Buckshot. Ooh, boy. I'll get back in those bushes, boy.
Yeah, you too, Joker. Go on.
Well, Sheriff, looks like we're right back where we started.
Yeah, except we got the sheriff out here with us instead of in jail with them two sneaking road agents.
Those two varmints played me for a sucker, Bill. I almost got us all killed by riding through that there pass.
Well, Sheriff, we all got through, so quit worrying about it.
Yeah, but we still got plenty to worry about with this whole hillside crawling with them gophers.
All right, you white-livered bums. Don't let Hickok scare you out. Get after him.
Oh, thunder makes a big noise, doesn't it?
I wish he'd stick his head up just once.
Watch it. They're trying to work around us.
Thunder, I'm hit. Come and get me.
Nothing doing. I got my own skin to think about.
Now, there's a right friendly cuss to have for a partner.
Well, the boys are keeping him busy, all right.
Yeah, but this isn't smoking them out.
But what can we do, Bill? Doggone it.
I'm thinking they might get curious if all of our posse quit shooting.
Yeah. Hey, I remember the Indians pulled that one on us once. Worked so well, I darn near got my head shot off.
What say, Sheriff?
Well, I'll tell the boys to hold their fire.
Now, wait a minute. I'll crawl around to each one of them and tell them.
No, now that's dangerous, Bill.
We've got to get Thunder and his gang down out of those rocks, Jingles. There's no way to get to them or behind them from here.
What do you want us to do, Bill?
Stay here. Keep shooting once in a while. When I get back, you'll be the last to stop.
I got you. We'll do her.
Good luck, Bill.
Thanks, partner. Hold your fire, Willard.
Hold it? What for?
We're going to try a trick to get Thunder and his gang out in the open.
Oh, I get it. Curiosity, huh?
Yeah. Now stay here and wait for my signal.
Okay, Hickok.
Hey, who's that?
It's me, London.
Holy tornado. Hickok, you sure throw scare into me. You don't make no more noise than an Indian. What's up?
Hold your fire till I give you a signal.
Okay. Anything you say.
Stay put so I'll know where you are.
I will, Hickok.
Hold your fire, Shorty, till you hear from me. Just hold your fire till you get a signal, Mac.
Hey, here's Bill back.
Get him all told, Bill?
Yeah. Now you can stop shooting and we'll see if this little trick will work.
Boy, it sure is quiet all of a sudden.
You reckon they'll fall for it, Bill?
Never can tell, partner.
Hey, what's going on down there?
He's taking the bait, Bill.
Yeah, this is real smart, Hickok.
It hasn't worked yet, Sheriff.
Hey, Lightning, they quit shooting.
Yeah, but I don't trust them.
That low-down polecat, he's wise.
Wait, Jingles.
Hey, Thunder!
Yeah, Butcher?
You reckon we got them all?
Another country heard from. They're getting itchy, Bill.
All right, Hickok. Where are you?
Getting curious.
Come on, men. Work down the hill, but keep your eyes open.
Here they come, Bill.
Stay down. Be ready to jump 'em.
We're coming to get you, Hickok.
Must have killed them all, Thunder. Ain't nobody shooting.
Yeah, Butcher. What'd I tell you, Lightning? We got 'em all. Wild Bill Hickok ain't gonna pull no more tricks on nobody.
Just one more, Thunder.
All right, men. Hey, it's a trick. Blast 'em, you guys.
Well, Wild Bill, I gotta hand it to you. If you ain't the trickiest lawman I ever run across, I'll eat oats for the rest of my life.
I reckon we got lucky this time, Sheriff.
Yeah, but luck just sort of seems to run towards Wild Bill, Sheriff.
Well, it sure were lucky for me. I sent for you before those two varmints caught me up in jail.
Now the walls of that jail are sure bulging out now with Thunder and Lightning and their whole gang in it.
Well, hello, Mr. Willard. Yeah. You get your paper out with the news?
Yeah, I sure did, and I brought you boys the first copy.
Has it got my name in it?
You bet it has, Jingles. Yours and Wild Bill's, with your pictures.
Well, right on the front page. Look at there, Bill.
Yeah, partner, that's real nice of Mr. Willard. But the sheriff and his posse deserve the real credit for today's haul of bandits.
Well, sure they do, Bill, but gee willikers, I ain't exactly sorry Mr. Willard put our pictures in his paper. This'll make me a big man back home. Hey, you better print me about 100 extra copies, Mr. Willard, because I'm going to send one to everybody I know back in East Sedalia.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
That's all for today, folks. But remember, we'll be back again your way on Monday.
You bet we will, Guy, with a story about Wild Bill and Jingles getting into more trouble and gunfighting in what we call the Trail of Death.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right, it's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Cliff Arquette, Joe Duvall, Clayton Post, Benny Rubin, and Dusty Walker. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok rides the Trail of Death. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, dead giveaway.
It is 1:30 a.m., December 4th, 1945. A single light glows in the living room of a farmhouse 4 miles from the town of Ashton in West Texas. Inside the house, a frantic young woman tries to place a telephone call.
Operator. Operator. Oh, please.
Operator.
Operator, get me the sheriff, quickly.
Is that you, Mrs. Deneen?
Yes, hurry.
Oh, this is Mary Lou, Mrs. Deneen. I'm working nights now. Is something
Mary Lou,
wrong?
stop talking and get me the sheriff.
Oh, all right.
Oh, dear.
Sheriff Ross speaking.
Sheriff, this is Mrs. Deneen. You've got to come out to my house right away. Right away.
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Deneen. What seems to be wrong?
Somebody's prowling around outside, trying to get into the house.
Isn't your husband there?
No, he went to Abilene on business. Something woke me up, and I thought at first it was the baby. And then I heard a noise outside.
Mrs. Deneen, what is it?
Somebody came in.
I'll be right there.
Who are you? What do you want? Please!
It took Sheriff Ross less than 15 minutes to get to the Deneen farm. But Mrs. Deneen and a 4-month-old baby were dead when he arrived. The sheriff called for the assistance of the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Jace Pearson?
Yeah, Sheriff.
You got here right quick. Yeah, I was over the next county when your call came through.
Well, I hope you got a little sleep, because you won't get much now. Better come in out of this cold.
How long ago did it happen?
About a half hour ago, 1:30. Miss Deneen called me, woke me up at home, said somebody was trying to bust in. Right in here, Jace.
Shot right through the chest, huh?
Yeah.
She leave the phone hanging off the hook like that?
Reckon so. Whoever broke in, they broke in just before I hung up. Nothing's been touched, Jace.
I know. I had a time getting past your deputies down the main road.
The phone operator's been buzzing everybody. We don't want half the county barging in here messing things up, so I blocked them all.
Good. Where's the baby?
In there, the front bedroom. You can look if you want to, Jace. It's a little more than I can take twice.
How old?
Only 4 months, Jace. Little girl.
Where'd he break in?
Side door, I'll show you.
Where's the husband?
Abilene, on business. I called the chief of police there. He's going to check the hotels and notify him. Here's the door. It was wide open. That's how I got in to open the front door.
Lock doesn't seem to be broken. Must have been picked. Deneens keep much money around the house?
As little or as much as most folks, I guess. But I don't think any's missing. There's Miss Deneen's purse on the kitchen table.
Killer couldn't have missed that. You check it?
Yeah, about $40 in it. It hasn't been touched.
Well, it wasn't robbery then, Sheriff.
No. There's no sign of any other motive. But there's got to be one, Jace.
Yeah. The toughest motive of all. Because it's the easiest hidden. Hate. The kind of hate the devil wouldn't hold. We went through the rest of the house, but we didn't find anything that would help us until we got outside.
It's cold tonight, Jace. Ground's frozen hard.
Yeah, if we find a trace, it won't be much. Keep your flash close to the ground.
All right. Why are you working back of the house here, away from the driveway?
Because I think the killer came in from this direction, probably on foot.
Why?
Why, you said Mrs. Deneen told you she woke up when she heard somebody prowling around outside.
Yeah?
A horse or a car coming up the gravel road around front would have made even more noise. Woke her up sooner.
Say, that's right. I heard your car coming from quite a ways off. That's why I was standing out in front to meet you when you drove up.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Chase?
Piece of baling wire. Bent in the shape of a key.
Well, that must be what he used to get in.
Maybe. Or maybe that's what somebody wants us to think. Let's take another look at that door.
Yeah. What makes you think the wire was planted there, Chase?
I'll tell you better when we try it in the lock.
It beats me why a killer'd leave something deliberately.
That's what makes me think something's wrong. This wouldn't have been dropped so close to the house. And grab the door and hold it up high. You don't want to mess up any prints around the lock.
Got it.
Now, let's see how this wire fits.
Yeah. Goes in perfect, Jace.
Yeah. Watch when I turn it.
Yeah. Hey, wire's just twisting.
And it'll keep on twisting. This wire isn't strong enough to turn the tumbler in the lock.
Then how did the killer get in, Jace?
If you ask me, Sheriff, I think he had a regular key. I put in a call for a fingerprint crew, and the sheriff called to have the bodies picked up for autopsy. Then we went outside and started trailing again. We found a few directional traces, but they petered out in the darkness.
Can't see anything at night on this ground, Jace.
Try cutting back and forth a little further.
Yeah, all right.
Man we're following was weaving, trying to throw us off.
It just makes it tougher to track.
He's got to be headed for someplace, some definite direction. We might as well establish which direction.
Yeah. Guess there's nothing much we can do except this until we have some daylight.
Save us an hour in the morning. Then we can track on horses without wasting time finding out which way to go. By sunup, we knew the killer's general direction had been west. The sheriff got his horse from town. I unloaded charcoal from the trailer, and we rode.
He kept heading west, all right. But there's nothing out this way for miles once he got into those hills up ahead.
Any kind of a road between here and the hills?
Yeah, old wagon road just beyond the scrub on the rise we're coming to.
Does it connect with a state road?
It does, but nobody uses it.
Maybe somebody did. Is it in good enough condition for a car to run through?
Reckon it is. You figure he had a car waiting for him?
Had to have a car or a horse staked out someplace. Come on. Let's make right for the road. Wagon road lead to any other farm in the area?
Used to lead to the old Mullen place, but that's burned out.
Nobody living there anymore, huh?
No, old folks dead. Young Ted Mullen moved away a couple of years ago. Oh, here's the road. Oh, boy.
Ooh, charcoal. Headed pretty straight last tracks we saw. Must have reached the road right near here.
Yeah, we'll find some mark if he crossed it and kept going.
Oh, he didn't keep going. Look.
Tire track. Had a car staked out all right.
Turned the car around here to head back for the highway.
Could have been somebody else waiting in the car for him.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Yeah, look at the heel marks. Walked around to the driver's side of the car to get in.
Yeah.
And there's something else here, too. Dropped this cigarette butt and stepped on it.
Yeah, sure didn't smoke much of it.
Didn't even burn down to the brand mark. Well, at least we know what brand he smokes.
About all we do know, Jace. Won't be anything to follow at the main road. He sure won't leave a trail there.
No. Mount up. Let's get back to the house. We rode back to Deneen's. As we came to the farm, we saw a couple of cars that hadn't been there when we left. Looks like company, Sheriff. The car next to mine belongs to our lab. The others must be the coroner's.
Oh, coroner ought to have been and gone by now. No, that isn't the coroner's car, Jace. Blue sedan, that belongs to Walter Deneen.
The husband?
Yeah, must have got back from Abilene. Yeah, it's Deneen, all right. There he is, sitting on the side porch.
Walter Deneen sat with his face buried in his hands until we dismounted and walked up to him. The lab crew was in the house looking for latent prints.
Howdy, Walter.
Oh, howdy, Sheriff.
Walter, I can't tell you how...
Don't say anything, please. Ask me anything you like, but I don't want anybody else telling me how sorry they are.
Better let me talk to him, Sheriff.
Sure, Jace.
Mr. Deneen, it'd help us a lot to know one thing. You or your family have any enemies?
Enemies? Could there be an enemy as bad as this?
We know the house wasn't robbed. Have you ever had any trouble with anybody, no matter how small it seemed? Now's the time to remember it.
If there was anybody, I wouldn't tell you. I'd take care of it myself.
That's no way to be, Walter.
Don't go telling me how to act, Sheriff. You didn't come home to your house 10 minutes ago. You didn't find your wife and kids the way I found mine.
Mr. Deneen, why don't you try to get a little rest? We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, okay.
Anything I can do, Walter, just holler.
Yeah.
You been able to think of anybody who might have had it in for him?
Not a soul, Jace. Unless it was Ted Mullen.
The one you told me about? Family that was burned out?
Yeah. But, Jace, that was 5 years ago.
Sometimes hate doesn't die with age. What happened?
Old folks just got to brooding and died off after their house burned. Young Ted blamed Walter.
Why?
Windmill at the Mullen place was busted. They tried to borrow from Walter to get it fixed, but he turned them down. Ted said if the mill had been working, it would have pumped enough water for him to put the fire out.
Young Mullen the kind to hold a grudge?
Well, after 5 years, Jace. And he moved out a long time ago.
Where?
Who knows?
Come on. I'll call my headquarters by radio. Maybe they can get a line on Mullen.
All right.
If they find out where he is, it won't do any harm to check on where he was last night.
It won't hurt any. But I can't believe that a man after...
Hey, hold it, Sheriff.
Well, that's only Walter's car, Jace. What are you looking at?
The design of the tire tread. Look at him.
Oh, that may be.
It's the same design we saw in the dirt road where the killer picked up a car to make his getaway.
But, Jace, that was hard ground. Could barely see the tread. And tires like that are standard on lots of cars.
Yeah, I know. Just the same. I want to look this car over. Left his ignition keys in.
You going to start it?
No. Just want to take a look at the dash. He said he got back from Abilene 10 minutes ago, didn't he?
That's what he said.
Take a look at that temperature gauge.
Let me see. Register's cold.
Yeah. Only it should be pretty warm if he finished a drive of a couple of 100 miles just 10 minutes ago.
Could have dropped back, Jace.
Not in 10 minutes, Sheriff. It's a cold morning, but not that cold.
Well,
I want to talk to Deneen again.
You see something else?
I sure do. Look at this on the frame of the door.
Service station lubrication sticker.
Yeah. Dated December 2nd, day before yesterday. 18,412 miles. The mileage on the dash shows he's driven less than 200 miles since then. He couldn't have been in Abilene.
Well, wait a minute, Jace. I admit that looks funny, but the man we were chasing, he ground out a cigarette, remember?
Well, what about it?
I've known Walter since he was a boy, Jace. He don't smoke.
Sheriff!
Oh, Mary Lou Simmons, phone operator. Who let you in, Mary Lou?
I told the deputy I put Mrs. Deneen's call through to you last night. He thought you might want to talk to me. Ain't it just awful?
You talk to her.
I was still on the line after you hung up, Sheriff. I heard it all, the shots and everything.
You hear any voice beside Mrs. Deneen?
No, I just heard her say, "Who are you? What do you want?" And then the shots. That was all.
You sure she said, "Who are you"?
Oh, cross my heart. I heard it as plain.
Guess you don't want to talk to Walter now, do you, Jace?
No, I guess not.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now we continue with tonight's case, Dead Giveaway, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I didn't want to question Walter Deneen until I'd had a chance to check on his movements. The sheriff and I drove into town and called the Abilene police. The answer didn't fit.
Don't think there's any doubt about who he was, Ranger.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Well, guess that does it, Sheriff.
Dean was in Abilene, huh?
Uh-huh. Checked into the Harris Hotel yesterday about noon. Checked out again at 2:10 this morning, right after the police notified him of the murder.
Police could have spoken to anybody on the phone.
They didn't tell him by phone. Police sergeant went up and told him direct.
Oh.
Description of Walter tallies, too. Yeah, but there's something that doesn't tally, though. Mileage on that car.
Could be something wrong with the speedometer cable. Happened in my car a few weeks back.
Maybe. I'll be back sometime tomorrow.
Where you going, Jace?
Abilene. As soon as I hit the highway, I put in a shortwave call to headquarters, station KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA. Go ahead, Unit 10.
This unit en route to Abilene. Request Abilene police secure names of all contacts made by subject Walter Deneen, registered Harris Hotel, there yesterday.
Will do, Unit 10.
Unit 10 sent piece of wire back to lab for examination. Any report yet?
Not yet. Wire and fingerprints both under study. We'll keep you informed.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA, Austin.
When I reached Abilene, I got a complete rundown on Walter Deneen's activities. It was too complete. Like he was making sure his time in the city would be accounted for. One of the people who'd seen him was his attorney.
Why, yes, Ranger. Mr. Deneen spent several hours with me yesterday afternoon. We had dinner together last night. Went to the theater.
What'd he come to see you about?
Well, some investments. He's been doing a little speculating cotton.
Good or bad?
Well, it's client business, and I don't think I have the right to discuss it.
I can find out by checking with the exchange. I'm just asking you to save time.
All right. His losses have been rather heavy.
More than he could afford?
Much more.
He carry much insurance on his wife and child?
A normal amount, nothing large.
All right, thanks. One more thing. Are you sure Deneen doesn't benefit financially by his wife's death?
Oh, Ranger, he couldn't have gotten back to Ashton by 1:30 last night after we'd been out.
That isn't what I asked.
Well, Mrs. Deneen had a good bit of money in her own right. In case of her death, though, she had it tied up in trust for the child.
But the child is dead, too. What happens now?
Well, in that case, the entire estate will probably go to Mr. Deneen.
I made one more stop before I headed back to Ashton. I paid a visit to the garage, the Hotel Harris.
I keep the location of all guest cars on this index rack so we'll know which stores they're in when they want them.
Was Walter Deneen's car in here yesterday?
Deneen? That's D-I-N, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
No, there's no record of it. Was he a guest at the hotel?
Yes. Is there any parking lot around here he might have used?
Not convenient to the hotel, and parking is free here for guests, so I don't think he'd use a lot.
Neither do I. Thanks. Before I left Abilene, I called my headquarters. They had a report. No strange prints had been found in Deneen's house. The wire key looked like a plant. I hung up and made another call to Sheriff Ross.
I'm beginning to wonder about Walter myself, Jace.
Why?
He's been kind of curious about where you are. I told him you went to Abilene, just to see if it'd draw him out.
Good. How'd he react?
Kind of nervous. Then he said something about flying up to Abilene and back. Of course, he never did say he drove it.
No, but he gave the impression that he drove.
Even so, he was there when the killing took place.
Yeah, but the killer had the use of Deneen's car. Can you get your hands on the car?
That's over in back of the funeral parlor right now. That's where Deneen said he was going just a few minutes ago when he stopped by to ask about you.
Well, grab that car and check it for fingerprints. I'll be there as fast as I can roll.
Oh, howdy, Jay.
Car all worked over, Sheriff?
Yeah, ought to have reports on the prints soon. Send them to Austin.
Find any strangers?
Quite a few of one set that weren't Deneen's.
If they belong to a professional killer, there's a good chance he'll have a record. Where's Deneen?
My deputies are out looking for him.
Why? I thought he was at the funeral parlor.
So'd I, until I went in to look for him after we finished on the car. Undertaker said he'd left more than an hour ago by the front door.
Must have spotted you working over the car. Come on, let's find him.
Yeah. Not at the house, not any place in town. Where could he be if he hasn't run out?
Trying to cover up for a couple of mistakes? He won't run, not yet.
Why?
Because his alibi is airtight. We can shake it, but unless we find the killer he hired, we can't shake it enough. He took a big gamble, and he's got too much at stake to run off.
His wife's money?
How'd you know about that?
Just thinking back. Little late. Folks knew Mrs. Deneen's family left her well off. Walter married her not long after they passed on. A lot of people thought the money had something to do with it.
Wish you'd remembered that sooner.
Well, Jace, they seemed close. And then there's the baby.
Baby was just something extra that got in Deneen's way.
Oh.
Never gotten any of the money if...
KTXA to Unit 10. Maybe a report on the prince.
Unit 10. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report on prints lifted from car at Ashton, Texas. One set identified as belonging to Joe Crofton.
Joe Crofton. Any line on his whereabouts?
Finished serving parole 4 months ago. Last address known to parole office was shack located western slope of Casket Mountain.
10-4. Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin. Crofton must be the killer then, Jace.
I'll bet on it. How far to Casket Mountain?
About 20 miles, then turn south another 5. After that, well, we'll need horses if he's far up.
Should have brought your horse along the trailer with charcoal.
I can borrow one.
Crofton's going to be tough to take.
You sound like you know him.
I wrote the ticket for his last trip to Huntsville 6 years ago. That was murder, too, but he copped out with a manslaughter plea.
Better not take any chances, Jace. He starts shooting, we'll have to toss it back dead center.
No. We got to take him alive. He'll talk to keep from burning once we get him.
Yeah, I see. If Walter Deneen paid him to do the job, he's the only one who can break Deneen's alibi.
That's right. So no matter what happens, we got to take him alive. Crofton's cabin was up, all right. Way up. The sheriff borrowed a horse from the man who directed us.
Quite a climb, Jace.
Well, not so bad following this wash, though.
Suppose he isn't there.
I got a hunch he will be. I don't think Deneen had enough money to pay for this killing. He was almost broke.
You mean he planned to pay off out of his wife's money when he got it?
Yeah.
Wonder how Walter arranged for him to get the car that night.
Not much to arrange. Left it near the airport with the keys in it. Crofton brought it back and left it in the same spot. Probably left a house key for him, too. Glove compartment, maybe.
Yeah. With the airport 40 miles from Ashton, nobody recognized the car or a strange driver. Come in at night, used an abandoned road.
Look.
Huh? Hey, another horse left tracks in here, too.
Yeah. And they're fresh.
Ooh, boy. That must be Crofton's horse.
No. Rider was taking the rough way. Just cut into the wash here to find a better trail. Crofton lives up here. He'd know the best trail.
Who else would be coming up here?
Deneen, to shut him up. Come on.
Yeah, here, give off. Not too fast, Jason. We'll spill.
You gotta risk it. Too slow, we'll be too late. We reached the shack and crept up on it. There was no horse around and no sign of life. Tried to draw fire by showing ourselves, but none came. We had to go in. All right. Hold your gun ready, Sheriff. And don't come in till I call you.
Right, Jace.
All right, Sheriff. Come in.
Nobody here, huh? Oh, wait a minute. Oh. That Crofton?
Yeah, that's him. Deneen got here first.
Jace, this fella looks like he shot himself. Gun's in his own hand. Now, what's this paper beside him? Let's see. Jace, he did kill himself. This note says so. Confesses the murders, too.
Sure it does. But Walter Deneen wrote that. And that note's gonna hang him.
How do you know? You ever seen Deneen's writing?
No, but I've seen Crofton's before. He signed his name with an X. Prison records show he's illiterate. Never could read or write. Come on, Sheriff.
Gonna put out a pickup for Deneen?
We'll pick him up ourselves. He can't be far off.
But if he'd headed back down the wash, we'd have passed him on our way up.
He must be going across the top of the mountain to go down the other side. Come on.
Yeah.
We raked our horses as fast as they could move. We spotted a rider ahead of us as he topped the slope. He heard us because he looked back, then whipped his mount and disappeared.
He knows we're on him.
Got about 300 yards. We'll get him. Keep pounding leather.
Yeah. We're coming to the top now.
Keep low in the saddle. Watch out for an ambush.
There he is.
Don't go down too fast, Sheriff.
A horse will tumble in the downgrade.
Deneen was pressing too hard, Jase. He fell. Look.
Yeah, he scrambled behind the rocks. Whoa, Charcoal. Come on, here.
Pull. Hit the dirt.
Let your mouth go. Go on, Charcoal. Go on.
He's down under that rock shelf. Perfect cover.
Not too perfect. Bullets will ricochet back from that ledge behind him. See that dent in the ledge?
Yeah.
Draw your gun and we'll empty it on him. Hit right below the dent.
Aye.
All right. Let's hope for a billiard shot. Start firing.
I'm hit! Stop it! I'm bleeding!
Throw your gun out, Deneen.
All right! Don't shoot anymore! Here it is!
Okay, Sheriff. Let's take him.
I'm hit!
And I was sorry for you, Walter, up until a few hours ago.
You gotta get me to a doctor.
You're not hurt badly. We'll get you to a doctor. All I want to know is how you met Crofton.
Come on, Walter, talk up.
I saw his picture in the paper when he got out of jail. I made a deal with him a couple of months ago.
Yeah. A deal to wipe out your own wife and kid. Must be great to be as brave as you are. Get up, Deneen. You've got a long way to go.
Walter Deneen confessed and made a plea for clemency. It was not granted. And on the 11th day of October, 1947, he died in the electric chair at Huntsville.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting anecdote about the Texas Rangers.
When the Allies invaded Normandy in World War II, they got an idea as to how far the fame of the Texas Rangers had spread. Both surrendering Nazis and liberated Free French said they knew the war was as good as over because the Texas Rangers had landed. Of course, it was the heroic American Ranger troops who made the landings. But nothing could convince the Nazi war prisoners that these were not the terrible Texans they'd heard about in many American legends. Good night, folks. See you same time next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lorene Tuttle, Mike Barrett, Hal March, and Paul Frees. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday means music, fine music on NBC. Listen tomorrow for these great musical programs, the NBC Symphony and the Band of America. Be sure to listen Monday as Milton Katims conducts the NBC Symphony Orchestra in a full-hour concert of the finest music on the air. And listen, too, for Paul Laval conducting the Band of America every Monday on NBC.
Bill Harris reminding you that next it's Theater Guild on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A 38-year-old woman disappears. She leaves her sister and her 4 children behind. There's evidence of foul play. Your job, find her.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Buy Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, June 3rd. It was overcast in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from communications, and it was 8:15 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Joe, what's doing?
Hi, Brian. You seen Ed?
Went down the hall a minute, said he'd be right back.
Oh, thank you. I don't see anything in the book. Nothing new, huh?
Not much. Pretty slow. How's your mother, Joe? Heard she wasn't feeling too well.
No, she's not, as a matter of fact. Doctor says it's anemia. It's going to take a little time to get over it, I guess.
Oh, sorry to hear it. I got to do some checking down at the auto desk. If I get any calls, have them switch it down there, will you?
Yeah, I sure will, Brian.
Thanks.
You betcha.
Oh, excuse me, Ed.
Pardon me, Tom.
Hi, Ed. What'd they give you?
Missing report, woman. How about the mail?
No, there's nothing. That the missing report there?
Yeah, it's all here. Some woman out on 64th Street, name's Rose Baker. She's been gone about a week.
Mm-hmm. Last seen Tuesday, May 27th, 10 p.m. Who's this that made the report? Carl Shelton? Who's he?
It's her boyfriend. Miss Baker's husband died about 5 years ago. She's been running around quite a bit since then. Had a lot of man trouble.
Well, she disappeared before then, huh?
Yeah, half dozen times. Never been gone this long, though. Holmes took this report from Shelton. He gathered Miss Baker's not too stable. She's known to drink quite a bit. Doesn't seem to care anything for her home or kids.
Yeah, I see it here. She has 4 children. They're living with her aunt, Mrs. Baker's sister. It's kind of a funny arrangement, isn't it?
Yeah. Baker woman packed her bags and walked out of the house about a year ago. Her sister's been taking care of the kids ever since. Mother comes back for a visit once in a while.
Mm-hmm. This address we've got on Mrs. Baker, it's the same address as her boyfriend, Carl Shelton.
Yeah, that's right. They both have apartments in the same building.
Is this a recent picture, Miss Baker?
Supposed to be, yeah. It's a nice-looking woman, huh?
Yeah. Sister's listed here as the last person who saw her. Well, how's that? Baker woman still wasn't living at home, was she?
According to the sister, Mrs. Baker came over to the house to see her the night she disappeared, sometime around 8 o'clock. 2 of them had some business to talk over.
Mm-hmm.
Seems the sister had a check for $400 she got from selling some furniture. Claimed the kids had been sick. She had doctor bills to pay.
You mean Mrs. Baker's sister took care of things to that extent?
Apparently. Anyway, after the sister got the check for selling the furniture, Miss Baker wanted half the money. Sister said that's why she came to see her that night. 2 of them got in the car and went out to find somebody to cash the check.
Mm-hmm.
You want a drink of water?
No, thanks, Ed. Where do you get a $400 check cashed at 8 o'clock at night? Would you know?
Sister said Miss Baker knew somebody who'd cash it for him. Turned out the person couldn't cash it. Sister stopped at a bar for a glass of beer. Mrs. Baker took the car and went to look up somebody else she thought could cash it. That was it. Mrs. Baker hadn't been seen since.
Who was this somebody else?
No idea. Sister claims she doesn't know. Mrs. Baker didn't tell her.
Sounds like Mrs. Baker wanted the whole check, wouldn't you say?
That's what the sister figured when Mrs. Baker didn't come back. She finished the glass of beer, left the bar, and started walking home. 2 blocks from the house, she found her car parked. No sign of Mrs. Baker. Car keys were in the glove compartment, so it's the sister's share of the money, $200 in cash.
Well, how about the firm that issued the check? They get it back canceled?
Yeah, a couple of days ago. Mrs. Baker's endorsement on the back.
Yeah, sounds pretty wild, doesn't it?
Whole thing does. Talked to half a dozen people who saw Mrs. Baker that night, and none of their stories jibe.
How do you mean?
Her boyfriend, Carl Shelton, he claims Mrs. Baker told him she was going out of town for a few days with a girlfriend.
They check it out?
Yeah. Girlfriend didn't know anything about it. Then they talked to a woman who works with Mrs. Baker. She says, yeah, the Baker woman was planning a trip.
Miss Baker mentioned anything about it to her sister?
No. Sister says Miss Baker told her just the opposite. Said she was getting out of her apartment into a new place. She's going to spend the next couple of days moving. They checked the boyfriend, Shelton. Said if Miss Baker was moving, it was news to him.
Well, either she's a liar or one of her friends are, huh?
It's all bollock stuff. No two stories anywhere near alike.
What do they figure for a motive? They got a line on anybody who might have wandered out of the way?
Big field to pick from. She fought with Carl Shelton. She fought with his sister, some of the people she worked with. She had 3 or 4 other men around town on the string, too. Any one of them could have wanted her out of the way.
All her relatives been checked out, and all her friends, places she'd be most likely to go?
All checked. Not a trace of her, nothing.
Yeah, I guess we better start moving on it. A lot of ground to cover. See if we can't straighten out some of those stories.
One thing's sure. Somebody's lying.
8:35 a.m. Before we left the city hall, we checked with Sergeant Holmes in Missing Persons, who'd taken the report on Rose Baker's disappearance. He had nothing to add to what was in the report and what he'd already told Ed. First on the interview list was the sister of the missing woman, Bernice Marin. She was employed as a saleswoman for a grocery supply firm. We called at the home where Miss Marin lived with her 4 nieces and nephews, but there was no answer. The next-door neighbor told us that Miss Marin was working, that she usually didn't get home until 4:15 or 4:30 in the afternoon. In the meantime, we figured we might as well check the next name on the list, Mrs. Baker's boyfriend, Carl Shelton. We'd already checked him through R&I, and he had no record. We drove out to his address, a 3-story apartment house on 64th Street. Shelton's apartment was on the main floor rear. He answered the door in his bathrobe and slippers. He told us that he was employed at one of the local oil refineries, and that this particular week he was working the graveyard shift, 11 at night until 7 in the morning. He showed us back to a small kitchen at the rear of the apartment. While we questioned him, he fixed a percolator of coffee and put it on the stove.
You're sure about Miss Baker's plans, are you? She never mentioned anything to you about moving out of the apartment house here?
No, never. Somebody's handing you a line there. If Rosie was going to move, she'd tell me about it. Just a minute, I got to get that coffee. It looks about done. You fellas want some Java? Got a whole pot full here.
No, thank you. How long did you say you've known Miss Baker?
Oh, about a year and a half. We got along pretty good. She'd right from the start. Sure don't understand her taking off like this.
Miss Baker ever talk to you much about the family? Her sister, 4 children? I mean, did you see them regularly? Seem to get along with them all right to you?
I don't think I'd know that. Rosie never had much to say about them. The only thing I could gather was that she just got sick of the routine, you know. Keeping up a house, doing the wash, mopping, dusting, taking care of 4 kids. She just checked out, that's all. Let her sister Bernice take over.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me, she never should have had a family to begin with. Rosie isn't the kind. She's a party girl, likes a good time, you know what I mean?
One thing I don't understand, Shelton. You said a minute ago you couldn't figure out Miss Baker's going off like this. When you filed a missing report on her, you said she was planning a trip out of town.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, isn't it possible she might have taken off without telling you?
No, I don't think so. She'd have told me. She's planning a trip, all right, but she wasn't going to leave till the next night, Wednesday night. She's going to pick up this girlfriend of hers, Iris, and the 2 of them were going to take the bus down to Laguna for a couple of days.
Well, it's our understanding this girlfriend, Iris, didn't know anything about the trip. Can you explain that?
I don't know. I guess Rosie forgot to tell her. Can't figure these women sometimes. Maybe she was going to phone her Wednesday morning. She knew Iris could get away almost any time.
And you think it's possible she might have gone down to Laguna by herself?
No, that's not like Rosie. Besides, before I went in to report her missing, I called a couple of places down Laguna where Rosie usually stops at. They hadn't seen her.
Possible she might have gone some other place?
No, without telling me, no. Besides, she wouldn't go alone. I know that.
Shelton, we understand Mrs. Baker was friendly with 2 or 3 other men around town. You think it's possible she might have gone someplace with one of them? Shelton?
No, I can't buy that. If it was 8 months ago, I'd say maybe, but not now.
Why not?
Well, we had it out, that's all. It was all settled. She wouldn't do anything like that again.
Pretty sure about that, are you?
Yeah, positive. I don't get it at all. She wouldn't do that to me, taking off, just packing up and leaving. Rosie wouldn't do that to me.
Well, she's got 4 children.
Yeah.
She did it to them. We questioned Carl Shelton for another half hour, but he failed to come up with anything in the way of a definite lead. 10:40 a.m., we drove to the home of the missing woman's girlfriend, an Iris Kirby. 2 things she was pretty definite about. She knew nothing about an out-of-town trip Mrs. Baker was supposed to have planned for the 2 of them. And secondly, she had no use for Carl Shelton. She told us that Shelton was her ex-boyfriend and that she had introduced him to Rose Baker, and that shortly after that he dropped her. A few weeks later, Shelton began to keep steady company with Mrs. Baker. Outside of her personal grievance against Shelton, Iris Kirby had nothing to offer in the way of a lead to the whereabouts of her friend. 11:30 a.m., we got in the car and headed for the factory in the south end of town where Rose Baker was employed. We stopped off on the way for lunch, a bowl of soup and a sandwich. Ed had a cheeseburger and a piece of pie. Before we left, we checked the office to see if there were any calls. Nothing. The place where Mrs. Baker worked was on Santa Fe Avenue, a one-story building covering almost half a block. They manufactured men's work clothes, shirts, and overalls. We checked with the personnel office. We asked if Rose Baker had any friends that she worked with. We were told that there was a Mildred Dunn who was a fairly close friend of the Baker woman. Ed and I waited in the office while they sent down to the plant for Mildred Dunn.
Ms. Dunn?
That's right.
Police officers, my name's Jacobs. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do?
How are you? I'd like to ask you a few questions about Rose Baker, Mrs. Dunn. I understand you're a pretty close friend of hers?
Yes, that's right. I've known Rose ever since she came here. She works on the machine next to me. She come home yet?
No, not yet. You remember Miss Baker saying anything to you about taking a trip, Miss Dunn? I mean, just before she disappeared?
Yes, she did. She'd been looking forward to it. That's probably where she is, don't you think, off on her trip?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. Did she mention anything definite about the trip to you, where she was going, when she was leaving?
Well, I think she was going to Laguna Beach. It's hard to tell. She's always kidding around, Rose is. Once she said she was going to fly to Switzerland for a vacation. San Moritz. She's always kidding around like that.
Oh, that's so?
Like once when she had a date with Fred, she said she was going to the pump room in Chicago. You know, just being funny.
I see. Who is this Fred, Mrs. Dunn?
Fella in the shipping department, Fred Lyons. Nice fella.
He and Mrs. Baker see much of each other?
They used to, yes, quite a bit. I don't know if they were serious about each other. I thought they were till the last month or so. Maybe they had a tiff or something. Maybe Rose got tired of him. I don't know.
But you do think the two of them were serious at one time?
Oh, yes. It wasn't more than a month ago. Then all of a sudden they weren't sweet on each other. At least Rose wasn't about him. She told me that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess we better check on him, Ed.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Fred Lyons working today, do you know, ma'am?
Oh, no. He quit last Tuesday.
1:15 p.m. We finished questioning Mildred Dunn, and we went back to the personnel office to get Fred Lyons' description and last known address. We checked out the address, but Lyons had moved out the previous Tuesday and left no forwarding address. We questioned the landlady, looked over his rooms, checked through the neighborhood, and talked to everybody he knew. We found nothing to indicate that Lyons had anything directly to do with Rose Baker's disappearance. But we did find out that he knew Mrs. Baker and that he thought quite a bit of her. We went back to the office, got out a broadcast and an APB on Lyons.
Want to check the book, Joe, see if we got any late calls there?
Yeah, sure.
I'll get it.
Right.
Homicide, Jacobs. That's right. Mm-hmm. Are they sure? What was that? All right, thank you. Got something.
Yeah?
Hollywood Division. Woman's purse found in a vacant lot out there. High school kid found it. A lot of identification inside.
Yeah.
Rose Baker.
3:15 p.m. The purse was brought downtown to the crime lab for detailed examination. Bryan and Barrett from Homicide went out to interview the boy who found the purse and to check the neighborhood where it was discovered. Meantime, Ed and I drove out to talk to the missing woman's sister, 36 years old, Bernice Marin. She and her sister's 4 children lived in a 5-room stucco house just off Exposition Boulevard. We got there shortly after Miss Marin returned home from her job. Her 2 older nephews were out in front cutting the lawn. She showed us into a neatly kept living room where we interviewed her. She was a plain-looking woman, brown hair, gray eyes. She showed little concern about her sister's disappearance.
I gave up trying to keep track of her a long time ago, Sergeant. I haven't any idea where she's gone. I used to worry about her. I don't anymore.
Well, how about that purse of hers that was found this afternoon, Miss Marin? Wouldn't you say that makes it a little unusual this time?
I don't think so. She loses things all the time. I don't know what she does when she goes off on those things. I don't want to know. Gets drunk and does a lot of fooling around, I suppose. She's lost 2 or 3 purses the same way.
What about last Tuesday, the night she disappeared? You notice if she'd been drinking then?
Yeah, I got the idea she'd had a couple of highballs before she came over. She wasn't drunk, but she wasn't feeling any pain. Oh, say, would you excuse me? I want to yell at the kids out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Frank, that's enough of that playing around out there. Let's get started pushing that lawnmower, huh?
Okay, just trying out a new system. Almost half done now.
You better hurry it up. You still got the backyard to do, remember?
Yeah, okay.
The only good thing that came out of that marriage, Sergeant, those kids out there.
Yes, ma'am.
There's 2 more besides Frank and Bobby, the girls, my nieces. One's 9, one's 7.
Mm-hmm.
Marvelous kids. Girls are just as pretty as pictures. I'm glad I have a chance to take care of them. I guess I just like kids. Can't understand it when people don't appreciate them. I don't have a family of my own.
Oh, I see.
Miss Marin, when you were with your sister last Tuesday night, you say she didn't mention anything at all about taking that trip out of town?
No, just the opposite. Like I told you. She said she was moving out of her apartment into a new place. That's why she needed the money.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's the story about this money your sister came to pick up, Miss Marin? I don't think I quite got that clear.
Well, we had this baby grand piano that my mother gave Rose and me just before she died. Kids have been sick the last couple of months, one thing and another. I needed a little money to catch up on some doctor bills, so I sold the piano. I hated to do it, but the bills had to be paid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rose found out about it somehow, and she wanted half of the money I got for the piano. She wanted the money for herself. Can you imagine that? She wasn't even willing to pay for her own kids' doctor bills. It'd be different if I was charging her to take care of the kids. I just do it because I like them.
Mm-hmm, I see.
Well, anyway, she found out about it, and I had to split the check with her. The whole thing was for $400.
I understand your sister got the check cashed that night, that correct?
Yeah, that's right. It was 8 o'clock at night, but Rose said she knew somebody who'd cash it. She wanted the money that night. And to save an argument, we got in the car and went to see this friend of hers, some bartender. He couldn't cash the thing, so Rose took the car and went out to look up another friend she thought would cash it. I didn't want to go chasing all over town with her, so I stayed at this bar and had a beer.
Mm-hmm. And that's the last time you saw your sister, is it?
Yes, I waited a couple of hours, and then I walked home. And 2 blocks from the house, I saw my car pulled up at the curb, right on Exposition Boulevard. Car keys were in the glove compartment. $200 in cash right under them. No sign of Rose, though.
Well, what time was it when you got back to the house, you remember?
It was after 11. Close to 11:30, I think. I went right to bed.
And since that time, you've had no indication where your sister might have gone? No phone calls, no letters, no word from one of her friends who might have seen her?
No, not a thing. She's in trouble. You can understand why. It's been coming for a long time. Last 5 years, going downhill all the time. She's no good, Sergeant. I don't know how it happened. She's just no good at all.
Thank you very much, Miss Marin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, not at all. No trouble. Guess I better get dinner started for the kids.
Well, if you hear anything about your sister, we'd appreciate it if you'd give us a call.
Yes, all right. It's going to be the same old story. Same thing all over again. You can bet on it.
Ma'am?
She'll come back when the money's gone.
5:15 p.m. Ed and I drove back downtown and went directly to the crime lab. The missing woman's purse, which had been found in the vacant lot out in Hollywood, had been examined thoroughly. They'd found nothing that would provide us with a new lead. We checked communications, but there was still no answer to the APB we'd gotten out on Fred Lyons, the man who'd worked with Rose Baker and who dropped from sight the same day she did. 5:30 p.m. We got back to the squad room.
Hi, Brian. You just get back?
Yeah. You get the word?
No, what's that?
Mrs. Baker, they just found her body.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Comparison proves Fatima quality. Prove Fatima quality yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, to show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before.
Insist on the best. Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Smoke Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
June 3rd, Monday, 6 p.m. The body of 38-year-old Rose Baker had been discovered in the Hollywood Hills area. Approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Mulholland Drive and Oak Knoll Terrace, a dirt road branched off to the left of Mulholland and wound about 300 yards down the hill to a dead-end stop. Just below the guardrail, which circled the edge of the road, there were 2 eucalyptus trees. They overlooked a deep ravine covered with scrub oak and patches of laurel. Halfway down one slope of the ravine, they found the body of the missing woman. There were 2 bullet holes in the left side of the skull. There was another one at the base of the throat. In her clenched right hand, there was a 50-cent piece. The immediate area surrounding the body had been roped off, and Lieutenant Lee Jones and the crime lab crew were making their preliminary investigation. There was no sign of the murder weapon. The coroner arrived, and when the preliminary investigation was completed, the body was taken downtown to the county morgue. All clothing and personal effects were removed from the body and sent to the crime lab for detailed examination. Rose Baker's sister, Bernice Marin, was brought to the county morgue and identified the body. A few minutes after 10 o'clock that night, Ed and I got back to the office. I got it. Homicide, Friday.
Is this Sergeant Friday?
Yes, sir, that's right.
This is Carl Shelton, Sergeant. You were out to talk to me this morning, you remember?
Oh, yeah, Sheldon.
I heard about Rosie just a couple of minutes ago. I got to talk to you, Sergeant. There's something I got to tell you.
Was that so? Do you want to tell me now?
Well, I don't want to tell you on the phone. I'll drive in to see you. I'll leave right now.
Well, yeah, all right. Do you mind telling me what it's about?
Yeah, I know who killed Rosie.
11:08 p.m. Carl Shelton arrived at the office. Ed and I took him down the hall to the interrogation room where he gave us his story. He told us, first of all, that he was well acquainted with most of the regular customers at the tavern where Rose Baker and her sister had first stopped to cash the $400 check. He told us one of these people, a Leroy Hansen, had contacted him after he read in the morning paper about Mrs. Baker's murder.
I've known Leroy at least 4 or 5 years. Used to work with him. He wouldn't lie to me.
What did this fellow tell you, Shelton? That's Leroy Hansen.
He said he got to the bar a little after midnight. It had to be at least that, because Leroy doesn't get off work till 11:30. He said he saw Rosie sitting in a car parked a couple doors down from the bar. There was a woman in the car with her. He described her just like Rosie's sister. They were having a beef.
This friend of yours hear what Mrs. Baker and this woman were talking about?
No, but he's smart enough to know a big argument when he sees one. He says they were really going to it.
Is he sure about the time?
He's got to be. Leroy works at a sheet metal plant south of town. He gets off at 11:30. Takes him more than a half hour to get in. Why should he lie about it? He wasn't even going to mention it till he found out she was dead.
This woman he says Miss Baker was with, she fits her sister's description that close?
Exactly, and there was a guy with Leroy. He'll back it up. If the sister says she wasn't sitting in that car with Rosie outside that bar after midnight, she's a liar.
Well, she is if you can prove your story.
Here's the phone. You ask Leroy.
11:22 p.m. We put in calls to both of the men who were supposed to have seen Rose Baker and her sister Bernice sitting in a parked car outside the tavern 6 nights before. Both of them corroborated Carl Shelton's story down to the last detail. They were especially certain about the time. Bernice Marin told us that on the night her sister Rose disappeared, she hadn't seen her after 9:15 p.m., and that she'd walked home and was in bed by 11:30. Both Leroy Hansen and his friend told us that they had seen Rose Baker and a woman answering her sister's description sitting together in a car parked outside the tavern. They were both certain at the time that it was well past midnight. We made a check on Leroy Hansen and his friend. As far as we were able to find out, there was no logical reason why they should lie about what they'd told us. Ed and I got in the car and drove out to the home of Bernice Marin, just off Exposition Boulevard. It was 20 minutes past midnight. We rang the front doorbell and got her out of bed.
Oh, hello, officers. Didn't know who it was. Come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, you have to wait long before I answered. I sleep pretty sound.
Afraid we'll have to ask you to get dressed, Miss Marin. I'd like to talk to you downtown.
Why? What's the matter?
Well, some more questions we have to ask you, ma'am. A few more things we have to clear up about your sister. It's pretty important.
Well, I've told you everything I know. I don't like to go out and leave the kids alone at night. What is it you want to ask me about?
Well, you told us the last time you saw your sister was about 9:15 last Tuesday night, Miss Marin.
Yes, that's right.
We've got a couple of people who claim they saw you with your sister after midnight Tuesday. You were sitting with her in your car parked outside a tavern. You're having an argument with her. At least 2 people saw you, and they'll swear to that.
No, that couldn't be right.
They claim it is.
They say it was after midnight and they saw me with Rose?
Yes, ma'am, that's what they say.
And you believe it? You believe it was me?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
You think I killed Rose, is that it?
Yes, ma'am, we think so. How about it, Miss Marin?
It'll take me a minute to get my clothes on. I want to talk to the oldest boy, my nephew Frank. Would it be all right?
I'll have to go along with you.
All right. This way, down the hall.
All right.
In here. I don't want to wake the other kids if I can help it.
All right.
Frank. Wake up, Frank. Frankie?
What do you want, Aunt Bernice?
I hate to wake you up, Frankie. I'm going to have to go downtown tonight. I'm leaving now. In case I'm not here when you and the kids get up, I want you to take care of everything, all right, honey?
Yeah, okay. What do you have to go downtown for?
Well, it's something about your mother, Frank. Might take a little time. You see the girls get off to school on time in the morning, won't you? Bobby, too. The sandwiches are all made. They're in the icebox. All you have to do is put them in a paper sack, all right?
Yeah, okay. Why do you have to go now? Can't you wait until tomorrow?
No, I'm afraid not, honey. You take care of everything, huh? Make sure all the doors are locked. And don't forget to feed the dog.
No, I won't forget. What's the matter? Is there anything wrong?
No, of course not. Now, if something happens so I can't get back tomorrow, I'll call you on the phone, all right?
Yeah, okay. You be sure and call, huh?
I'll call you, honey. You go to sleep now, huh? It'll be all right. You get some sleep. Good night, Frankie.
Yeah, okay. Good night.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I had to tell Frank what to do. The kids wouldn't understand. I mean, if they woke up and didn't find me here.
Yes, ma'am. What'd you do with the murder gun, Miss Marin?
Out in the garage, I'll show you. I had her 4 kids to raise. It's not easy. You know what it costs to feed them, put clothes on their back? It's not the kids I minded. They're wonderful. I love every one of them. I'm glad to get the chance to raise them. Never married myself. Never had any of my own.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't been easy at all, working all day, coming home and cooking for them, doing the wash, trying to keep the house clean. Rose never gave me a dime to pay a bill, for her own kids, too. She gave us nothing, and she tried to take everything, tried to bleed me for my last dollar. She cashed the check that night and said she was going to keep all the money. I couldn't stand anymore. We argued, and I killed her.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, ma'am. We'll have to go.
Yes, all right. What'll I do, Sergeant? What'll I say?
I advise you to tell the truth. You'll get a fair trial.
I know that. It's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
Inside there, what am I going to say? How'll I explain it?
Ma'am?
The kids. How do you tell 4 kids you killed their mother?
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 3rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 92, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I make it a habit to carry 2 packs of Fatimas around with me. One's for my smoking, and the second one's for smokers I see with other king-size cigarettes. All I have to say is, here, compare Fatima. I know they're going to be sold on Fatimas the next time we meet. How about comparing Fatima yourself? You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters, cools the smoke, all for your protection. You get those extra puffs because Fatima is 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Prove it today. Buy Fatima.
When their aunt, Bernice Alberta Marin, was apprehended on suspicion of 187 PC, the 4 Baker children were taken into protective custody by juvenile authorities. Bernice Marin was indicted for murder and entered a plea of self-defense. She claimed that at the time of the murder, her sister attacked her with a knife while they argued over the division of the $400 check. Bernice Marin was tried in Superior Court by a jury composed of 9 men and 3 women. She was found not guilty. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Virginia Gregg, Vic Perrin. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Next, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all cars. A copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Diego Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 125. Regarding a dead body at the Holmes Hotel. That's all.
modern police cars make ideal testing laboratories for gasoline. Every hour of the day and night, they travel over the same streets that you drive on, meeting the same traffic congestion, stopping, starting, speeding up hundreds of times daily. And what gasoline do you suppose has proved most economical for police cars? You know, everybody knows, that more police cars are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. Of course, this gasoline was first chosen for police cars because of the unusual speed and power it develops. But the very refining process that makes Rio Grande cracked a more powerful gasoline also makes it more economical. It is the exclusive, patented Rio Grande cracking process that breaks up the atoms so that every drop burns more thoroughly and creates more power than uncracked gasoline. Unless gasoline is cracked, whole drops pass through your cylinders without burning. They drip down to dilute your oil. They go to waste out your exhaust. That isn't economical. Your car, every car, needs a gasoline that burns quickly, efficiently, without waste. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has been proved by many cities and counties that keep accurate records to be the most efficient and most economical gasoline. If you want to get more for your money, if you want to enjoy police car performance in your own car, fill up your tank with the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that police cars use. Now it is our pleasure to present Chief of Police George Sears of San Diego, California. Chief Sears.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When you have spent most of your life in the policing business, you come to the realization that the unexpected is the thing to expect. An apparently simple crime may develop into an almost unsolvable mystery, and a baffling, clueless murder may solve itself. It is customary for calling all cars to dramatize the more spectacular crimes in which there was an immense amount of police work. But in tonight's broadcast, you'll hear a case which literally dropped into our lap. Nevertheless, I believe it will prove of interest to you, for it attempts to go behind the impersonality of a police file and search the souls of the human beings involved. If you were to read the story in a book, you would say that the writer's imagination was getting away from him, and yet this is the way it happened, just as you will now hear now.
The beach at Waikiki. Warm, living moonlight paints the breaking surf with silver, etches the waving palm fronds on the white sand, throws deep shadows in the tropical jungle beyond. Through the heavy, lush foliage glimmers the light of a campfire, and across the sweet-scented night comes the sound of native music. Swaying to the rhythm of the hula, 3 native girls circle the fire, their grass skirts pushing. The guests at the luau, stuffed with fish and coconuts, papayas and mangoes, watch with seeking interest. Suddenly, one of them, an American sailor, nudges his companion.
Hey, Henry, it's nearly 11 o'clock. We got to get going.
Why? I'm having a good time.
Yeah, but the last Liberty boat leaves at 11:30.
What of it? Let it go.
Now, listen, Hank, you can't afford to report late again.
I'm having too good a time to worry about Uncle Sam's Navy. They'll get along without me until morning.
Yeah, but your shore leaves up at midnight.
Say, at midnight I'll just be starting. Give me another swig of that, I'll cool you.
Oh, look, you've had enough, Hank. You better come with me now.
Ah, nuts, you make me sick, Red. Always spoiling the fun. I got a date. At least I think I have.
A date? Who is?
That little Kanaka on the right. Hey, sister, come over here a minute. Come on. Come on, I won't eat you.
What do you want?
Listen, my partner here says I gotta go home at midnight. You're not going home at midnight, are you?
Oh, no. I don't sometimes. Maybe you're late.
Maybe you don't dance all the time. Maybe you take a walk with me.
Maybe.
Oh, but hey. Go on, scram back to the paddle wine. What's your name, sister?
Nicole.
Mine. That's a pretty name. What do you say you and I go?
Next morning. morning, when Seaman Henry Hoffman, sleepy-eyed, steps on the deck of his boat, a master of arms orders him to the captain's quarters. The captain comes quickly to the point.
Hoffman, you overstayed shore leave last night?
Yes, sir. You see, I was held up. I missed the last Liberty boat.
I don't want any more of your explanations. You've been drinking, Hoffman.
Oh, no, sir.
Don't lie to me. I can smell alcohol when you clear across this desk.
Well, maybe I did have a few.
A few.
But you know how it is, sir.
Yes, I know how it is. Your record shows this offense repeatedly. Overstaying shore leave, arrest for drunkenness by the shore patrol, and so on. We don't want men like you in the Navy.
But, sir...
Your cruise is about up, isn't it, Hoffman?
Yes, sir, in 3 months.
I've had more than enough of you in my command. I'm transferring you to San Diego for the rest of your enlistment.
To San Diego?
Yes, and furthermore, I'll recommend that you be given a bad conduct discharge.
Oh, no, sir, please. That'd mean I could never enlist again.
Exactly.
But, sir, the Navy's my whole life. I don't know anything else.
I can't help that. You certainly haven't been a very valuable adjunct to the Navy. The Navy would be better off without you.
But, sir, I'll try to do better, I promise.
You'll sail on the Trenton tomorrow morning. That's all, Hoffman.
So Seaman Hoffman goes home in disgrace, back to San Diego to serve out the rest of his enlistment, and then leave the Navy forever. Brooding upon what he considers the injustice of his case, he calls upon his commanding officer in San Diego.
I'd like to speak to you, sir, regarding my record.
Yes, Hoffman?
Yes, you know about me, sir.
I have looked over your record. Not very favorable, is it?
I guess not, sir. But I haven't been on report since I got here from the islands.
No, Hoffman, that's right. You haven't.
Well, sir, I'm doing my best to reform.
That's commendable, Hoffman.
I don't know what was the matter with me over there. My record was good before, but I couldn't keep in line in Hawaii.
Too much coolie hour, eh?
Not only that, but the whole atmosphere of the place. The laziness of it, the beauty.
Yes, I know what you mean, Hoffman. There are some men who can't stand the tropics.
Yes, sir. I guess I almost went native. I didn't want to do anything over there but guzzle oak and sit under a palm tree with one of those native girls.
They are lovely, aren't they?
Yes, sir. I never met any woman like them.
Neither have I. Yes, that is... well, Hoffman, I think you made your position clear.
Yes, sir. I hope so.
And you feel now that you have returned to these saner shores, that you can behave yourself?
I know I can, sir.
Very well. I'll place you on probation for the rest of the term of your enlistment.
Oh, thank you, sir. You don't know what this means to me.
Very well, Hoffman. That will be all.
Yes, sir.
Hello there, Henry. Been on the old man's carpet again?
Not me. I've been selling a bill of goods.
What do you mean?
I think I got it about set so I won't get a bad conduct.
Yeah? How?
The old man's going to put me on probation until my hitch is up.
Make a willy boy out of you, huh?
Well, it's worth it if I can ship over again.
Why the devil do you want to join up again? I think one hitch in this man's Navy'd be enough for anybody.
Not for me, Ed. Well, I love it. It's got meaning. When you're a gob, you're following tradition. John Paul Jones and Dewey and the rest.
You sound like a recruiting officer.
Look at it this way, Ed. Where would you and me be if we weren't gobs? Jerking sodas or working in a garage somewhere. A fine life for a guy. And instead, here we are doing a man's job. Defenders of Old Glory.
And the banker's investments overseas.
Ed, don't say that. That sounds revolutionary.
Revolutionary, my eye. I'm in the Navy because it's better than being on relief. And if you told the truth, that's why you're here.
Oh, no. Oh, it's more than that. Look out there at that line of battle wagons with the smoke pouring out of the stacks. The sun sinking behind them. Boy, that's beauty. If I was an artist, I'd like to paint that.
Oh, yeah?
And then at night when the searchlights are signaling, the harbor looks like a bunch of giant lightning bugs had landed on it. It's thrilling, Ed.
Nuts. You need a drink. Come on, let's go ashore.
Not me, Ed. I'm on probation. I ain't gonna touch a drop. I got too much at stake.
Too much at stake? $54 a month and a kick in the pants. So long, sap.
Regardless of the cynical observations of his messmate, Seaman Hoffman, the idealist, rigidly observes the term of his probation. After 2 months have passed, he prepares a letter to the naval authorities in Washington asking permission to re-enlist. When it is completed, he takes it to the commanding officer, who promises to forward it to the proper authorities in Washington. Several days go by, and Hoffman hears nothing of his request. Finally, he determines to ask his commanding officer about it.
Well, Hoffman? Beg pardon, sir, but have you received any news from Washington about me?
There's hardly time, Hoffman. After all, the Navy Department has other things to consider besides your application.
Yes, sir, I realize that, but I hope maybe you had some news for me.
I'll let you know when I have.
Yes, sir, but could you tell me, sir, have you any idea?
Yes, I have an idea. I have an idea it will be bad news.
Bad news?
Yes. The board over at the training station read your application and forwarded it to Washington. But with it, they sent a recommendation that you be refused permission to re-enlist.
But, sir, my probation, I've proven that I'm a good sailor.
Apparently, the officers do not feel that 2 months of exemplary behavior can overcome a year of bad conduct. I'm afraid there's not much chance for you, Hoffman.
If you ask me, that's a fine way to treat a guy.
I didn't ask you, Hoffman. That will be all.
Yes, sir.
Dazed by the collapse of his boat, Hoffman breaks probation, goes ashore with his messmate Ed, seeks to forget his troubles in the bar whiskey of a waterfront saloon.
It's kicking a man when he's down, that's what it is.
Forget it, Hank. Yeah, have another drink.
Yeah, that's what I need. Another drink, and another, and another. And tomorrow, what then? A hangover. And start all over again. What's the use, Ed? What's the use?
The joy of living and all that junk you've been talking about. The glory of Uncle Sam's Navy.
Yeah, I was on a bum course with that stuff, I can tell you. Ed, didn't you ever think, what's the use? Didn't you ever wonder why you was living and why you should go on living?
Huh? Yeah, what are you talking about?
I mean, what's the use of living?
You sound like a schoolboy in love. Hey, you ain't thinking of bumping yourself off, are you?
I'm not sure, Ed. I'm not sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead. The world will still go round without you in it. And the U.S. Navy will still get along without you in it.
That's just it, Ed. You're right.
Sure I am. Trouble with you, Hank. You take life too seriously.
Yeah. You're right again, Ed. Pour me another drink, will you?
Sure. Say, what are you putting in that drink?
Just some medicine.
Medicine for what?
For what ails me.
I didn't know you were sick.
Sure I am, Ed. Plenty sick. Well, here's to the mess called life. I can't do it, Ed. I can't do it.
Hey, what are you talking about? What's the idea of dropping your glass?
I can't do it. I can't.
Hey, where you going?
Gotta get out of here, Ed. I'll see you later.
Well, of all the crazy gobs I ever knew.
Sailor, nobody dropped this bottle on his way out.
Yeah, thanks. What? Why, the mercury tablets.
What's the matter with that guy? He looks goofy to me.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, the poor mug. Didn't even have the nerve to bump himself off.
Hello, sailor.
Hello.
It's nice out here in the park on a hot night, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the trouble? You look down in the dumps.
Maybe I am.
Mind if I sit down for a while? I feel total low, too.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing much. Just blue. Got no family, no job.
You're lucky.
What do you mean?
Well, you haven't got any job to lose.
Funny way to look at it.
Yeah, ain't it? You haven't got anything to live for? Why don't you commit suicide?
I thought of that. I haven't got the nerve.
Do you want to die?
There ain't much use living these days, is there?
No.
Of course, you wouldn't know about that. being in the Navy and getting your 3 square a day and all.
Yeah, I got a cinch.
Sure you have.
That's what you think. Work like a slave, obey all the rules. The guys in the gold braid make up, and then get it in the neck. That's a Navy for you.
Some people are worse off.
Sure they are. And a lot of people are better off. And where does that get you? I need a drink.
I know a good speakeasy.
I don't want to go where there's a lot of people.
Well, how about you and me getting a room down at the Holmes Hotel and a bottle of liquor?
That's more like it. Then we can get good and drunk. Swine drunk. Come on.
San Diego Detective Bureau. Hickman speaking. Yes? Yes? We'll be right down. Come on, Hugh. What's up? Murder at the Holmes Hotel.
Right in here, officer.
Nice looking mess.
That's just as I found him. I haven't touched a thing.
Choked to death with that belt. And the wrist slashed with that broken whiskey bottle. The body's still warm, Ed. Loosen the belt around his neck. Maybe still alive. There. No, I'm afraid not. Heart stopped. Who is this man?
I don't know. He registered here last night with a sailor.
A sailor? What name is the gift?
Well, on the register it says Clark Gable and brother.
Phone him. Did you see the sailor leave the room?
Yes, he left a few minutes ago. I wondered about the other one, so I knocked on the door a couple of times. Didn't get any answer. So finally I let myself into the passkey. And this is what I found.
Were you on the desk when they registered last night?
No.
Who was?
Bob Reynolds, my night clerk.
Where is he now?
Asleep.
Wake him up. I want to talk to him.
It'll be a hard job. He just went to sleep.
I don't care about that. Wake him up.
Yes, sir.
A couple of blocks away at the same time, a drunken sailor staggers into a little dry goods shop.
Good morning, young man. Can I show you something?
I don't want to buy anything. I want you to do me a favor.
Yes?
I just choked a man to death.
Oh.
I want you to call the police and tell them to come get me.
Oh, you've been drinking, haven't you, my boy?
What's that to you?
And you're imagining things. Why, a nice young lad like you wouldn't choke anyone. Now, why don't you go home and get some rest? You look as though you need to...
I tell you, I just murdered a guy. Call the police for me, will you?
Now, you're getting all upset. Please, take an old lady's advice and get some rest.
Ah, nuts.
Hey, look, Ed. Addition to this belt around his neck is a folded towel. Yeah, and here's a pillow slip with some broken bits of bottle. Identical with the bloody pieces of glass. Well, that'll look the corpse over for identification. Right.
Here's Bob, officer.
Oh, yes. Sorry to wake you up, but you see what we're up against.
Gee.
Now, I want you to tell me all you know about the 2 men who rented this room.
Well, they came in about 1 a.m., this fella and a sailor. This fella registered, and the sailor paid for the room.
Did you question them about the phony names?
Why should I? So long as they pay for the room, I don't care what names they give.
I see. Well, what happened after that?
Well, I left the cross at 6 o'clock and went up to the room.
Did you waken them at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, I knocked on the door, and there was no answer, so I went in and waked them. I left the light on and went out again. I was pretty drunk when I went in.
I see. Did you notice the sailor leaving?
No, I woke up the boss and then turned in.
How about you? Did you see the sailor leave?
Yes, I told you. I saw him leave about half an hour ago.
And he can't be very far away. There's a key from the Gold Coast Hotel in this fellow's pocket, Ed. The only thing I can find. Good. You better go over there and see if they can identify him. I'll call the coroner and have headquarters check on the Navy landing stages. This guy hasn't gone very far yet.
2 on the raft and 1 on the dock.
2 on the raft, 1 on the dock. Coming up.
Oh, morning, big boy.
Hello, Edna.
What's the trouble with you? You look like the tail end of a bad night.
Yeah.
Will there be a cup of java?
No, and I want to borrow a nickel.
You want to borrow a nickel? What for?
I want to telephone the police. I just murdered a man.
Say, what are you trying to do? Kid somebody?
Won't anyone take me serious? I just murdered a man, I said. Choked him to death. Pulled a belt around his throat, cut his wrist with a broken bottle, killed him, do you understand? Murdered him.
Hey, what's all the noise out here, Edna? Big hit boy here's been kicking the gong around, boss. Trying to tell me you just bumped the guy off.
What? Listen, Edna. Will you lend me a nickel? That's all I ask.
Okay, sure. Here it is.
Thanks. I'm kidding, do you? Hello. Give me the police department, will you?
Hey, what is this?
The guy must be crazy or something.
You really suppose he killed somebody?
That's what he said, and he sure looks screwed.
Hello, police station. Listen, I just killed a guy. Yeah, come and get me. I'm waiting for you down at Blackie's night spot on B Street.
Officer Connors is dispatched to the restaurant and arrests Hoffman. Detective Dickman, notified of the sudden turn in his murder mystery, rushes to headquarters to escort the sailor back to the scene of the crime. Completely composed, Hoffman is led into the room where the battered corpse lies.
Bob, is this the sailor who came in with the deceased last night?
Yeah, that's him.
Whose body is that, Hoffman?
I don't know. I never saw him before last night.
Did you register at this hotel with him last night?
You just heard the clerk say so, didn't you?
Did you kill him?
Yes, I killed him. I'm sorry I did, though. Poor guy.
Why'd you kill him?
You have to have a motive. I just killed him, that's all.
You must have had a reason.
Maybe I did. But that's neither here nor there. The poor guy's dead, and I killed him. So I'll hang for it.
Probably. If you won't tell me why you did it, perhaps you'll tell me how you did it.
Sure. We checked in here last night and got plenty drunk. But I wasn't drunk when I woke up this morning. I was pretty sober. I looked at him sleeping there on the bed. Then I took the belt out of his trousers and got it around his neck and was choking him before he woke up. He struggled, but I didn't let go. I pulled tighter and tighter. Then he didn't struggle anymore. Just fell onto the floor.
How did his wrist get cut?
I slashed him with a broken liquor bottle. I broke the bottle and the pillar slipped, and then I cut his wrist. He didn't bleed much, though.
But why did you do it?
That's my business. I've confessed. What else do you want?
Who is this fellow?
I haven't the slightest idea. I met him out in the park last night. He didn't tell me his name. It's tough for him, but he's better off, I guess. He said he didn't have much to live for. Maybe I did him a favor, huh?
Detective Rosefort's investigation of the identity of the slain man stops at his hotel, where the management informs the officer that his name is J.P. McDonald, Jr., but no further clues to his identity or the whereabouts of his family are found in his room. Still puzzled by the attitude of Hoffman, Detective Dickman determines to find the motive for the crime. That evening, after the murder has been booked and his confession taken and signed, Dickman brings him to his office, questions him for hours, meets with stubborn refusal from the taciturn sailor. But finally, long after midnight, the shrewd officer breaks down the psychological barrier. Hoffman begins to talk, tells Dickman about his troubles in the Navy, about his probation, about the refusal of the San Diego authorities to recommend him for re-enlistment.
I felt pretty low. I was being kicked when I was down. I'd lived up to my end of a bargain.
But the commander hadn't made a bargain with you.
No, but I felt certain he understood me. Let's put it this way. I believed in the Navy. I didn't think the Navy'd let me down, do you see?
I think I do.
Well, when I got the bad news yesterday, I figured what's the use. I went ashore and got a little drunk, and I decided I wasn't any good to anybody, so I might as well bump myself off. I bought some bichloride tablets at a drugstore, and I put some in a shot of liquor. I didn't have the guts to drink it. It made me hate myself all the more. Then I met this guy I murdered, and we went to the hotel and got drunk. And this morning, when I woke up and sat looking at him sleeping, I saw the way out for me. It was all very simple, see? I killed him and gave myself up. Now I'll hang for it, and my troubles will be over.
You mean you want to hang?
Yes, of course. I didn't have the nerve to kill myself, so this way the state will do it for me.
Well, did you have any feelings for the poor fellow you murdered?
Oh, he felt pretty low, too. Said he was out of a job. He won't be missed. The world will be a better place all around with both of us out of the way.
When Hoffman goes on trial, he is without counsel, and the court assigns a public defender to plead his case for him. Roland DeFeer, defense attorney, enters a plea of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. But an alienist finds Hoffman sane, and Hoffman makes no effort to fight the charge against him. Willingly, he takes the stand and testifies in detail regarding the murder. At no time during the trial is it necessary for the District Attorney Thomas Whelan to prove guilt. The defendant is only too willing to admit it. Finally, after the prosecution has demanded Hoffman's life for the state, the day comes when the sailor faces the bar of justice.
Henry Hoffman stands and faces the court. Before I pass judgment upon you, anything to say?
Yes. Just this, Judge. Hang me. That's all I ask. Please hang me.
Henry Hoffman, this court finds you guilty of murder in the second degree, hereby sentences you to the state prison of San Quentin for the term prescribed by the law.
Term prescribed by the law. What's that mean, Mr. DeFreer?
Oh, from 5 years to life. Prison board will fix the term after you've served a year.
Then they aren't going to hang me?
Doesn't look like it. You're lucky, my boy.
Lucky? You call it lucky? No, Judge. I don't want to live. I want to die. Please hang me, Judge. I'm guilty. Guilty as hell. Get it over for me for the love of God.
Take him out there.
I want to die. I want to get it over. I don't want to live.
California versus Jose Gonzalez. Judge for crime
So Henry Hoffman, the man who wanted to hang, lost, and is today serving out his term in San Quentin Penitentiary. We never found out more about his unfortunate victim than his name, J.P. McDonald, Jr. If there's anyone within the sound of my voice who may have information regarding the relatives or friends of J.P. McDonald, Jr., I'd appreciate it if you'd inform the San Diego Police Department.
Thank you, Chief Sears. Ladies and gentlemen, an illustrated story of the strange case you have just heard is printed in the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News. Ask any dealer, wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold, for your free copy of this unusual publication, and read more about tonight's sailor murder and other strange cases broadcast on this program. Illustrated in this free publication are 15 different free gifts for boys and girls: guns, microscopes, magic police pictures, complete junior detective and G-Man outfits. In the past 30 days, Rio Grande dealers have almost doubled their sales of Sinclair motor oil. Motorists have discovered that this concentrated, purified oil has exclusive advantages found in no other oil. Thousands of motorists have switched in just the past month to Sinclair motor oil and find their motors run more quietly, accelerate faster, and develop greater speed and power than ever before. That's because all the wax and jelly is extracted from Sinclair motor oil, so there's no drag to cut down power and speed. Because Sinclair motor oils are so pure, so concentrated, so free from filler, they flow smoothly in intense cold and never break down, even at top speeds when so many motor oils fail to give protection. Ask your Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer about Sinclair motor oils, and you'll discover why so many motorists are changing to the finest motor oils made. This is Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
It's 6:30 and time to return to the good old days of radio drama as we present The Secrets of Scotland Yard.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. I want to tell you today about a certain Henry Fauntleroy. No, don't mistake me. I know what you're thinking. You're conjuring up a picture of a child in brown velveteen knee breeches and jacket with a big white lace collar and golden curls hanging over his shoulders. That innocent and rather obnoxious infant hero of 19th century fiction, little Lord Fauntleroy, in fact. Henry Fauntleroy was a very different kettle of fish. It's true he was born a gentleman, descended, so tradition says, from a natural son of the captive King John of France, whence came the name, an anglicized version of l'enfant, le roi. It's true, too, that in childhood and adolescence he led a sheltered and genteel life and was something of a mother's boy. But there the resemblance ends. Little Lord Fauntleroy would never, I'm sure, have descended to forgery, even if he had an aptitude for it. Henry Fauntleroy did and expiated his crime on the scaffold. For until 120 years ago, we must remember, embezzlement and forgery were hanging matters in England. In 1792, an institution which became known as the Berners Street Bank was established in the London thoroughfare of that name. It was run in partnership by Sir James Sibbald and Messrs. Josiah Tracy and William Marsh. But since none of these gentlemen had any head for finance, they entrusted the active control to one William Fauntleroy. Under Fauntleroy's guidance, the bank weathered several financial storms in its first 15 years. Indeed, so able was he that the others had little to do save collect their regular dividends, and no doubt utter a silent prayer of thanks for the ability and business acumen of their hard-working partner. But even the best of good things must end, and on March 22nd, 1807, William Fauntleroy very inconsiderately died. Thrown into a panic by this untoward event, the three bankers met in conference.
As I see it, gentlemen, the question is this. Should we take into the business some other man to replace Fauntleroy, or should we make an effort to run the bank ourselves?
Don't be absurd, Sibbald. We wouldn't last 6 months.
Oh, I don't know.
Marsh is right. We'd be bankrupt before we knew it. What do you know of high finance? What do any of us know? Not a thing.
We could learn, couldn't we?
My dear fellow, one's either born with a flair for that sort of thing or one's not. Do let us recognize our own limitations. Besides, think of the work it would mean. We'd never even have a spare moment. If you're a fancy to chain yourself to an office desk, do so by all means. But it's not my idea of a pleasant life.
Perhaps you're right. Well, very well, then we replace Fauntleroy, but with whom?
Well, there must be some competent man in the city we can rule with a sufficiently tempting offer.
Well, that fellow Johnson at the Bank of England.
No, to
Hutchins, for instance?
Wouldn't trust him an inch.
I see your point. Well, now, let's think.
I don't see why we have to go outside our own house. What do you mean? My dear fellow, I am not referring to a what, I am referring to a who. In other words, our late partner's son.
Young Henry?
Precisely. Hang it all, man. Well, I mean to say Henry's a fine young lad and all that, but he's only a boy. Nonsense, he's 23.
23? Hardly out of swaddling clothes.
My dear Sibbald, we've known for a long time that Henry Fauntleroy has inherited his father's genius for figures. There is not the slightest question he's by far the best clerk we've ever had here. That's all true enough, but do you deny his seriousness? No. His industry? No. His scrupulous honesty?
Good heavens, no. We admit he's a model young man in every way.
Then what on earth has age to do with it? It seems to me he's the ideal choice. He's been with us ever since he was 16. He knows the business from end to end. And I am sure our clients would have the same confidence in him as they've always had in his father. It'd be throwing a heavy responsibility on such a young man. I've no doubt his shoulders are broad enough to bear it. Let's call him in and talk it over, shall we? And so at 23, Henry Fauntleroy found himself in what amounted to complete charge of Berners Street Bank. As time passed, the partners saw no reason to regret their choice. He was first at work every morning, last to leave at night. In addition to directing the bank's affairs, he did the work of 3 clerks. It wasn't until 1810, 3 years after his appointment, that Henry Fauntleroy gave his partners any real cause for worry. And then it could hardly be said that this was due to any personal illusions of grandeur, or indeed, as he emphasized, to any fault of his. The simple fact was that he'd taken a normal business risk, and it had gone astray.
The position is this, gentlemen. We have advanced Messrs. Brickwood and Company in all £60,000.
The security that we accepted in good faith has proved worthless. The principals of the company have decamped, and the company is bankrupt.
Does that mean we're going to lose the lot?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Marsh.
Oh, dash it all, man. Surely some of it's recoverable.
I'll be surprised if we get back 1,000.
Isn't there anything we can do? Can't we sue or something? For heaven's sake, Sybil. Henry's already told us that the principals have decamped. You can have warrants issued if you like. That's not going to get us back our 60,000. Tell me, Henry, how does the bank stand over this? We're still solvent, I hope.
Just about. I think we can squeeze through a bit of manipulating and juggling here and there. Of course, if the news got out and there were a rush, we'd be done for.
Then it's up to all of us to see that it doesn't get out. You'll do the best you can for us, won't you, Henry?
Naturally.
This manipulating and juggling you talk about means nothing, nothing that wouldn't bear investigation, I hope.
Well, of course not. Just a matter of realizing on securities, calling in loans and so forth.
Dash it all, Sybil. You don't suggest Henry a descend to sharp practices, do you? No, certainly not. It's just that I don't understand these things very well. Well, we'll leave it to you, Fauntleroy, to straighten the whole thing out.
Have no fear, gentlemen. Everything's going to be all right.
Despite Fauntleroy's assurance, this was only the first of a series of setbacks in which the bank found itself involved in the next couple of years. But with the Napoleonic Wars raging on the continent, there was a general scarcity of money in England, and week after week, hitherto solid firms were crashing into insolvency. Only Fauntleroy's incomparable skill kept the business afloat. But all his genius was not equal to coping with a crisis in his private affairs which arose at this time. His ambition had always been to marry for money. It was therefore foolish of him to pay such assiduous court to one Susanna Young, who was charming and very lovely to look at, but quite penniless. Doubly foolish, in fact, since Susanna had a hot-headed brother, Robert, with whom the matter of family honor was something of an obsession. Inevitably, the time came when Robert Young paid Fauntleroy a far from friendly visit.
Henry, I'm a blunt man who speaks my mind. I've a plain question to put you, and I shall expect a plain answer.
Why, certainly, my dear fellow. What is it?
What are your intentions towards my sister?
Well, really, Robert, that's rather an extraordinary thing to ask, isn't it?
I'm waiting for an answer.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not prepared to give you one. Surely this is a matter for Susanna and myself. I don't imagine she'd take it kindly if she knew you were interfering in her affairs.
I'm here at Susanna's request.
I find that hard to believe.
Now, look here, Henry. Let's stop evading the point.
What is the point?
The point is that for a year or more, your conduct towards Susanna has led not only herself, but her family and her friends to expect an ultimate proposal of marriage.
That's not.
Oh, no, it's not. You've toyed with the girl's affections. You've deliberately led her on. You've hopelessly compromised her in the eyes of the world, and now, my friend, you're going to marry her.
No, who says so?
I do.
Oh, don't be a fool, Robert. Put that pistol away.
Not until I've your solemn promise that you'll make Susanna your wife.
Suppose I refuse?
I shall give you 10 seconds to make up your mind, Henry. And I'll shoot.
Oh, this is too absurd.
1, 2, 3. I mean it, you know.
Yes, I rather believe you do.
4, 5, 6.
Look, can't we talk this over quietly without all these heroics?
7, 8, 9. It's your last chance, Henry. Do you promise?
Well, I don't seem to have much option, do I? All right, I promise.
The marriage didn't last, of course. A matter of a year or so, just long enough for Fauntleroy to find himself not only a husband, but a father. Then the unhappy Mrs. Fauntleroy retired with her child to her parents' home in Tunbridge Wells, consoled with an allowance of £400 a year. And there, as far as this story is concerned, she remained. The incident seems to have had an unfortunate effect on Fauntleroy. His devotion to business and his conduct during the business hours remained as irreproachable as ever. But after nightfall, he shed his respectability and plunged into a riotous life of drinking, gambling, and women. Before long, coffee-house gossip was linking his name with that of Mary Bertram, a woman of great beauty, few morals, and even less scruples. Mary Bertram's tastes were expensive, as Fauntleroy soon found.
Oh, it's you, Henry, darling. Hello.
Good evening, my sweet.
You do look dashing tonight.
And you look ravishing, as always.
Thank you, Henry. You're early, aren't you?
No, my dear, you're late. We're due at the Corinthic in 10 minutes. I'll help myself to a drink while you finish dressing.
Oh, no hurry. Do you like my new bracelet?
Quite a charming little ball.
I can't thank you enough, Henry. It's awfully sweet of you to buy it for me.
Oh, I wasn't aware that I had.
Oh, yes, darling. I got it today at Cartier's. They said they put it on your account. You don't mind, do you?
Well, how much did it cost?
Oh, mere trifle, really. 200 guineas.
200 guineas, but
what, Henry?
Oh, I bought you a set of pearl earrings only last week.
Yes, I know, dear, but I simply had to have a bracelet to go with them. Oh, you don't begrudge me a little thing like that, do you?
Oh, no, of course not. But you must remember, my dear, I'm not made of money.
You're a banker, aren't you?
Yes, but that doesn't signify.
Oh, nonsense, Henry. All bankers are rich. Everyone knows that. Now, do stop being miserable over a few pence.
200 guineas is not a few pence, Mary. I try not to be a niggardly man. I pride myself. I'm always open-handed and generous. But after all, there are limits.
Oh, dear. If we're going to have a lecture about money, I shan't go to the Corinthic at all. I shall go to the theatre with Reggie Kent instead.
That young bounder.
Oh, Reggie may have his faults, but quibbling over a few paltry guineas is not one of them. And he simply idolizes me. He said so a dozen times in the last month. He's really rather a dear, and I do treat him shabbily. I must try and be kinder to him in future.
Oh, all right, my dear. You win. You always do. Now, run along now and finish your dressing. We don't want to be too late.
Coping with the willful extravagances of Mary Bertram was in itself enough for Henry Fauntleroy. But with the passing of time, affairs of the bank became more critical than ever. More clients defaulted, more investments went astray, until by 1814, even Fauntleroy's genius was unequal to maintaining for the establishment an air of untroubled prosperity. At last, in desperation, Fauntleroy was forced to do something he'd always wished to avoid. He sought help from the Bank of England.
You ask us, Mr. Fauntleroy, to advance you £50,000 on nothing more tangible than your note of hand.
But not my personal note, sir. Naturally, it will have the backing of the Berners Street Bank.
And what security has the Berners Street Bank to offer, pray?
Why, its reputation in 22 years of trading, of course. Its goodwill.
Reputation and goodwill, Mr. Fauntleroy, are commodities that have been at a discount for some considerable time. Can you produce documentary evidence to prove your ability to cover the sum you ask for?
If I could do that, sir, I should have no need of a loan.
And since you apparently can't, sir, there'll be no loan.
You can't turn me down like this.
It rather seems as though that's what I'm doing, doesn't it?
You don't realize we've simply got to have this money to tide us over. Otherwise, we face a danger of insolvency.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fauntleroy, but it's not part of our function to bolster up the crumbling finances of jerry-built private banks.
Good day, sir. You'd like to see us crash, wouldn't you? You'd like to see every private bank forced out of existence so you could hold a monopoly. Well, this is one pleasure that's going to be denied you. I wasn't born yesterday, sir. I've held my bank together through difficult times for 7 years, and I shall continue to do so without the aid of charity from you.
Good day, Mr. Fauntleroy.
Good day.
To avoid financial disaster, there was only one thing to do. Even before Fauntleroy's carriage had returned him to Berners Street, his agile mind had worked out the details of what he planned. On that fateful day in 1814, when not only the bank whose affairs he controlled, but he personally faced financial ruin, Henry Fauntleroy embarked on the first of a series of forgeries which were to make history. His modus operandi was simple. The Berners Street Bank held on behalf of various clients innumerable bonds, consols, long and short annuities, navy loans, and other government securities. The practice was then, as it is today, for the bank to collect the dividends on these investments and to pay them direct into the current accounts of the holders.
In most cases, these bonds lie in our safe for years unseen. Take these £5,000 worth of consols we're holding for Miss Frances Young, for instance. I know Miss Young's signature very well. I can imitate it as easily as I sign my own. What's to stop me forging a power of attorney, authorizing me to sell the bonds on her behalf?
Sounds easy enough. But doesn't the power of attorney require the signature of witnesses?
Well, of course. But I can forge these too, can't I? A couple of my clerks here. How are they to ever know?
And what about these dividends? Once the bonds are sold, they'll cease, won't they? Surely as soon as that happens, Miss Young will start asking awkward questions, won't she?
But they won't stop. That's the point. Whenever dividends fall due, I shall have the money paid in and credited to her in the normal way. I tell you, the scheme's quite infallible.
And that is how Fauntleroy operated. Whenever he needed money, some bonds were sold under forged authority, and dividends were paid scrupulously as they became due. It took some incredibly brilliant juggling of books and falsifications of entries. A single slip would have been detected, and would have given the whole game away. But Fauntleroy made no slip.
Of course, it can't go on forever, I realize that. But there's no danger that it will. Once we've passed the crisis and the bank's prospering again, I shall gradually rebuy and replace the bonds, and no one will be any the wiser. In fact, it amounts to this. I'm not really stealing them at all, merely borrowing them for the time being.
There spoke the incurable optimism of the born gambler. Everything will be all right tomorrow, once the crisis is past, once we've turned the corner. But for Fauntleroy, that corner never appeared. And so he was forced to go on and on, covering one embezzlement with another. There were narrow escapes, of course. For instance, one day he had a call from a well-known broker.
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Fauntleroy, but there's something going on I don't quite understand.
Oh, indeed? Well, what's that?
Lady Nelson's a client of yours, isn't she?
Yes, a very old and valued one.
Well, I had instructions from her this morning to sell £5,000 worth of 4% you're reputed to be holding on her behalf. Well, sir, I've made a thorough check, and there are no 4% registered in her name. Not one.
But naturally, my dear fellow, I've already sold them on her behalf. She asked me to do so only yesterday.
Oh, she didn't tell me that?
Well, then she must have forgotten. You know how vague women are about business.
All the same, it's most irregular. I mean to say, she always comes to me for these things. Why should she suddenly change her practice? I've a good mind to tell her, but...
My dear man, you'd be much better advised to say nothing at all. After all, what harm has been done? Here are the proceeds, and here's your brokerage fee. You will find the amounts quite correct. Now, if you don't want to embarrass Lady Nelson and so run the risk of losing her as a client, you'll pretend you put the deal through in the normal way and let it go at that.
Well, perhaps you're right.
My dear fellow, I'm sure I am.
I'll take your advice this time, but I still think it's all very peculiar.
Sometimes clients died. Before their executors took over the estate, Fauntleroy would repurchase the stolen bonds and register them once more in the name of their rightful holder. To finance this, he would have to commit another forgery, of course, but by now he was in so deep that it didn't seem to matter. As his forgeries increased, so did the recklessness of his personal expenditure. Even his partners began to notice it.
You know, Tracy, we should have a serious talk to young Henry one of these days. Oh, why? Surely you've noticed the way he's splashing his money about this last couple of years? On the soul, some of the stories I hear about him. Oh, I shouldn't pay too much attention to that, have you? You know how gossip magnifies things. Even so, there must be a solid foundation of truth in a lot of them. This establishment of his at Hampton-on-Thames, for instance. And that house he's bought at Brighton. They say some of the weekend parties he gives are quite fabulous. Oh, well, he's a young man still, and I dare say he likes to cut a bit of a dash. And all these parasites who seem to hang on to him. And his gambling. And his women. That Mary Bartram, for instance. Oh, good heavens, he broke with her a year ago. There have been others since. Mrs. Manners and the Standish girl, to name just a couple. I don't know how he keeps up with them, I'm sure. Upon the word, I don't. Henry's no fool when it comes to money. He's proved that to us often enough, goodness knows. Even so, he'd need to be a millionaire to live the way he seems to. I do hope there's nothing wrong. Wrong? What do you mean? Well, after all, he has complete control of the bank. How can we be sure it really is his money he's spending so prodigally, and not the bank's? Really, Sybil, that's a most outrageous suggestion. We've known Henry since he was a boy. However, we may disapprove of his private behavior, there's always... And that is his scrupulous and absolute honesty. Nevertheless, I do think for his own good we should call him in and... You may if you choose, but I shall have nothing to do with it. After all, his personal affairs are his own, and it would be extremely presumptuous of us to interfere. Yes, I dare say you're right. Oh, well, we'll think no more about it.
By now, Fauntleroy's forgeries had run into hundreds of thousands. The strain of being constantly on the alert was telling. His health and his nerves began to suffer. It wasn't only the need to keep one jump ahead of discovery, but the fact that there was no one in whom to confide, that he must keep the whole thing bottled inside himself, that wore him down most of all. In time, his need for a confidant became desperate. He found her at last. Her name was Maria Forbes. She was little more than a schoolgirl, but she was beautiful, and she had intelligence and sympathy. And Fauntleroy dared to hope that she loved him for himself. Even so, he hesitated for a long time until one night...
You're bed tonight, Henry?
Yes, I am, rather.
I'm worried, too. Well, let's not go out. I'll have Sarah prepare us a meal. Let's just sit by the fire and talk.
Well,
Please.
Be rather tedious for you, wouldn't it?
Of course not. You're in trouble of some kind, aren't you, Henry?
Trouble? What makes you think that?
You can trust me, Henry.
Yes, but how far? Suppose what I had to say to you were to put me completely in your hands, to give you the power of life or death over me.
I give my solemn word, nothing you say will ever pass my lips. Look at me. You must believe me.
Yes. Yes, I do believe you, my dear. Very well, then, I'll tell you.
And so, as they sat together in the quiet room, their faces lit only by the flickering flames of the fire, Henry Fauntleroy unburdened his soul. He held back nothing, spared himself nothing. Nor did he excuse himself. At last, it was all over.
Well, there you are, my dear. You wanted the story, and now you have it.
What you must have suffered, Henry.
I've suffered no more than I deserved. Don't you realize what I've been telling you, Maria? I've deliberately and willfully committed crime after crime after crime. If I'm ever caught, I shall be hanged.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And quite rightly.
Couldn't you replace all those bonds?
No, it's gone too far for that.
Not even if you sold your houses at Hampton and Brighton and realized all your assets?
My dear girl, that wouldn't repay a tenth of it, or a 20th.
How much do you owe altogether?
Oh, I've not worked it out exactly. It can't be less than £300,000.
That's a fortune.
Several fortunes.
But where's it all gone? Oh, you couldn't possibly have spent all that on yourself.
Good Lord, no, of course I haven't. But most of it's gone back into the bank to keep it solid.
How's it all going to end, Henry?
There's only one way it can end. I'm tired, my dear. The struggle is becoming too much for me. One day I'll make a blunder, and then it'll be all over.
No, you mustn't wait for that. Let's go now, while you're still free.
And leave my partners to shoulder the burden.
Well, why should you consider them? They've never considered you. We'll go away with her, over to the continent somewhere. You can change your name, and we'll begin afresh.
Would you do that for me?
I'll be waiting for the man I...
Oh, Maria, you don't know what it means to hear you say that. If only we could.
Why not? What's the status? You could get away from the bank without rousing suspicion, couldn't you?
Yes, I suppose.
Oh, please, Henry. Anything better than just waiting for the crash. We could have together, I'm sure we could. Promise me you'll try.
Well, I'll think about it anyway.
To escape, that was it. The only solution. The more Fauntleroy thought about it, the more convinced he became that Maria was right. With his usual thoroughness, he began to lay his plans. He drew up a complete list of embezzled bonds. To indemnify his partners, he wrote and signed a brief confession.
To keep up the credit of our house, I have forged powers of attorney and have thereupon sold out all the sums and the risk appended herewith. This I have done without the knowledge of my partners, and for it I accept the full blame.
This confession and the list he locked in a tin box, which he placed in the bank safe. Even so, there was much to do before he could get away. As unobtrusively as possible, he began the immense task of straightening out his own tangled affairs. By now it was 1824, 10 years since his first fortune. So long that he saw the heat undue and possible dangers hidden, and abruptly the blow fell. A client of the bank, one Lieutenant Colonel Frank Bellis of Oxted, died, leaving £46,000 invested in 3% annuities for his wife and his family. The bonds were among those Fauntleroy had forged and sold. An executor of the estate called on the banker.
My co-executor and I have decided to relieve ourselves of responsibility to hand over the whole estate to the Court of Chancery for administration. So, my dear sir, if you'll be good enough to have prepared a complete statement together with securities and so on.
Yes, of course. I'll have it attended to in due course.
When may I call for it? This afternoon?
No, I'm afraid I must ask you to give us a few days' grace.
But surely it is a very simple job, no more than half an hour's work.
I'm sorry, but we're extremely busy just now. I can't possibly let you have it before next Monday.
You're not being very helpful, Mr. Fauntleroy.
I assure you, sir, I'm doing the very best I can.
Oh, well, if you can't hurry it up, you can't, I suppose. I shall be here at 10 next Monday. A good day, sir.
There was only one way out to avoid detection. To raise the £46,000 somehow and rebuck the missing bonds. With grim resolve, Fauntleroy set about the task. But he might have saved himself the trouble. For even as he began to check over the securities that he might yet sell, the executor of the estate, his suspicions aroused, was at the Bank of England.
I'm sorry, sir. There's no record on the register of any 3% imperial annuities held by Mr. Bellis.
But there must be.
Well, study the list for yourself, sir. There is a record, however, of certain bonds having been sold on Mr. Bellis's behalf last year.
Sold? But by whom?
By Mr. Fauntleroy. Yeah, here's the power of attorney with Mr. Bellis's signature.
Let me see. Why, that signature a forgery.
That's a very serious charge to make, sir.
So serious that I propose to repeat it before a magistrate. Guard that document carefully, young man. You will probably be subpoenaed to produce it a little later.
Fauntleroy was not at home when the police called that evening, but next morning as he walked into the bank.
Are you Henry Fauntleroy?
Yes, I'm afraid
I have a warrant for your arrest.
On what charge?
On a number of charges, all to do with forgeries and uttering.
This is absurd. Look here, Constable, you're a good fellow. What would you say to £1,000 in cash?
Oh, so now it's attempted bribery as well, eh? You better come along with me, and I wouldn't try any tricks if I were you.
News of Fauntleroy's arrest spread through the city like wildfire. Frantic depositors rushed to the Berners Street Bank to find the doors closed and tacked on them a notice suspending payments. To police questioning, Fauntleroy continued to assert his innocence until his signed confession was found. Then he broke down and admitted everything. The trial was the sensation of the year. The newspapers had already prejudged Fauntleroy, and every breath of scandal in his private life was relentlessly dragged to light and featured in their columns. The jury was absent only 20 minutes before returning a verdict of guilty. On November the 30th, 1824, outside Newgate Prison, before a crowd of 100,000 people, Henry Fauntleroy was hanged by the neck till he was dead. In 1832, forgery ceased to be a capital crime. Fauntleroy had made one fatal mistake. He'd been found out 8 years too soon. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide. A warehouse where everyday objects, a phonograph record, a desk pad, a flashlight, all are touched by murder. And here's a leather bag. That's a familiar object. A doctor carries a bag like this, or a bank messenger, or a payroll clerk. Neat, compact, light. Not the kind of thing to carry the weight of death.
You know, Sergeant, I like to think of all our cases as wrapped up neatly in a bag, like this.
One package. I know what you mean, Inspector.
This case now, it should have been open and shut. Like that.
Today, that leather bag can be seen in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Here we are. Here we are in the Black Museum, Scotland Yard's mausoleum of murder. It's by now a familiar place, at least to me. The vaulted ceiling with its sinister shadows, the stone floor, the endless shelves, the wooden cabinets, all familiar, all dedicated to the memory of murder. Here lies death, dormant now, silent, but still death. Mysterious, though carefully identified by the plain white labels. Repelling, though fascinating. The means to murder, arranged on exhibition. Is a symbol, created with skill for the rhythm of dancing, the sound of revelry. One fingerprint on this spun brass, and from it, the web was spun which brought a killer to his just and proper end. A revolver designed for death. Have you ever heard of Russian roulette? Or death by chance? Well, there was no chance in the game where this revolver was used. The victim was picked. The murder was deliberate. The leather bag. Part of a puzzle. A jigsaw puzzle involving life and death and greed, which was never quite completed. A puzzle which began in the railroad yard at Almouth, in the coal district around Newcastle.
You'll get used to this way of doing things after a bit, Jimmy.
Hey, I like the work, Bill. Yardman and all. Only I keep wondering where the trains come from and where they're going.
You'll get over that, my boy. When you're coupled and uncoupled as many cars as I have, it'll be just routine. Train comes into the yard, like this one. Climb aboard, check the carriages, each compartment, like we're doing now. Then break it up, reassemble, have it on its way again. Here now. What's all this?
Looks like paint to me.
Somebody spilled something on the carpet. Left whatever it is under the seat here. Yeah. Ain't that pretty? Have a look, Jimmy. It's a man. Dead.
I've seen enough dead uns in the war to know about that.
This is for the police. Murdered. Sure enough.
His hat's here.
Don't touch anything. This is for the police, like I said.
The elder yardsman left his helper on guard and found his way to the nearest call box. Shortly after, uniformed constables took over, and within minutes, Inspector Hunt and Sergeant Lewis were on the spot.
Walking spectacles, Inspector, and the man's hat. Name, Warren King on the band.
Any other identification?
Passed to the premises of the Bannister Colliery.
Work for the mine company.
And a return ticket to Newcastle.
Yes, he won't be needing that with 5 bullet holes in his head. Well, nothing else here, but we'd better broadcast the information we have on him.
Someone on the train may have seen him with someone else. Usual routine,
The steady, inexorable routine of the police. Notify the employer, the next of kin. Advise the newspapers and the BBC. Request information.
It's on the 9 o'clock news broadcast, Inspector, and I have a bit of information which may be of value.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Rowley?
I saw King with another man in the station at Newcastle yesterday morning.
You're certain it was Warren King?
I've known him for years. Not well, but well enough to have seen him socially occasionally. I saw him with his little leather bag just as we went through the gate for the Almouth train.
Leather bag?
Why, yes. Friday's payday at the Bannister mine. King was payroll clerk. He always drew the cash to pay off the men and took it down to Almouth himself.
Oh, and the man with him. Did you get a good look?
No one I knew. But I did have a good look on the tall side. Brown suit, blondish hair, quite well built. I should judge he was about 35 years old, weighs about 180 pounds.
You got that description taken down, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Good. We'll have an all-station alarm on him and broadcast the description. It can't hurt at this stage of the game. Mr. Roney, would you...
Another step in the routine, another broadcast description. Wanted for questioning concerning the shooting on the Newcastle Almouth local. And now, of course, the rumors came in.
I saw him. On a bus it was. The exact description, even the brown suit. And he looked guilty, if you ask me.
In a pub it was, on High Street, talking to the bartender, flashing a roll the size of your fist. I'd know him again in a minute.
He was sitting across from me on the train, right in the same compartment. Me in the same compartment, that close to a murderer.
Of course, none of them had the right man. One person had a real lead, though. A woman friend of Warren King's.
I'd seen Warren occasionally. Nothing important, just platonic. But he did take me out, and I came to know some of his friends.
Maybe you have their names, please, miss?
As far as I know them. Fred only was one.
Yes, he's been in to see us.
Oh? Then there was Larry Jones and Joe Evans. He's the important one.
Why, especially?
Because he fits the description perfectly. Snappy dresser. Played the ponies, too, I think.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he offered to put down £1 or £2 for me occasionally.
Then you have his address?
Yes, I have. It's over Waddington Way.
Sergeant Lewis drove over to the address mentioned for one Joseph Evans. It was a polite inquiry.
Is there Joseph Evans lives here?
Why, yes, sir. Second floor front. You can go up. He's at home.
The sergeant climbed the stairs. All the usual questions came to mind. Was this another wild goose chase? How will this Evans behave? Need I expect trouble? The sergeant knocked on the door of the second floor front.
Yes?
Mr. Evans? That's right.
I'm Sergeant Lewis, CID. My credentials.
Oh, come in, Sergeant. I must say I've been expecting someone from your division. Oh, sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you? It's about Warren King, isn't it?
As a matter of fact,
it was rather a shock reading about him in the paper, then all the wireless broadcasts. You see, I was on that same train. Spoke with him on the platform, as a matter of fact. Run into him as we both fought on.
Rather a disarming fellow, this Evans. Eager to discuss the whole case, but none too helpful, however. As Sergeant Lewis reported.
The man fits the description we broadcast, Inspector. He states, here, he put it down in writing. We talked briefly, Warren and I, then he went on to the first car while I stayed at the rear of the train. I was on my way to see Campbell of Blue Colliery. But I was into my paper so deeply. I'm a racing fan, and it was Grand National Day that I rode past Stannington, my station, and didn't quite realize it until the train lapsed at the curve outside of Morpeth. I got off at Morpeth and paid the extra fare. Does that check?
Yes, sir. The ticket inspector at Morpeth remembers him.
What about Campbell, this man at the colliery?
I haven't been able to get him yet. He was in the shaft all morning.
Well, might be just as well, Sergeant, if you took the train down there and saw Mr. Campbell personally. One never knows what there is.
The Blue Colliery was no different than any other local coal mine in the area. Same black tipple, same cage, same coal dust. Mr. Campbell was the engineer in charge.
What's that, police, you say?
The CID Newcastle, sir. We're making inquiries concerning a Joseph Evans.
I know the man. What about him?
Did he have business with you this past Friday?
Not that I know of.
He says he was on his way down here to see you.
He never got here.
Were you expecting him? Were such visits a part of his regular schedule?
I was not expecting the man. He's a free agent. Comes and goes without hindrance. I've no control over his doing.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Was this a discrepancy in Evans' story? After all, he hadn't said that Campbell was expecting him.
If you don't mind, Mr. Evans, Inspector Hunt would like to ask you a few more questions at headquarters.
Evans was quite eager to cooperate. He went along with the sergeant while he was at headquarters.
Mr. Evans is quite probably furious by now. Held at the station, waiting for you, Inspector.
No doubt. The place doesn't yield very much, does it?
Just the pawn ticket so far. Not unusual for a racing fan to have such things in his flat.
No, rather run-of-the-mill. We'll check them, though.
One of the constables says you want me.
You run this building?
Run it and own it.
I see. Would you mind telling us whether Mr. Evans was regular with his rent?
Oh, he is now. He paid the 3 months he owed me last Saturday.
And a man carrying a missing payroll was killed on Friday. Or did Joseph Evans make his killing on the Grand National? This would come out eventually, the inspector believed. For the present, the question of legal identification was paramount.
There will be 9 men in the room, Mr. Onip, all of the same description, approximately, as the man you told us you saw with Mr. King on Friday. We'll ask you to pick out that man if he's present.
I'll do my best, Inspector.
Well, Mr. Onip?
Third from the left. That's the man I saw with Warren King.
That's the man we're holding. One question, sir. Did you see him enter the same car as Mr. King?
No, sir. I looked away for a moment. When I glanced that way again, they'd both disappeared. I assumed they were riding on a train together.
Thank you, Mr. Onip.
The identification parade had yielded some result. Yet all the time, the answer to the riddle lay in the plain leather traveling bag. Yes, that same bag which you can see today in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
There wasn't too much to go on as yet. Motive, opportunity, knowledge of the contents of the leather bag, and an identification. Nevertheless, the police felt that they had to take action.
We are holding you, Evans. You'll be formally arraigned in the morning and charged with willful murder.
Evans seemed shocked, but made the best of a bad job.
I understand, Inspector. But I didn't kill him. That's the truth of it. I didn't kill him.
In the meanwhile, some miles from Newcastle, a routine inspection was taking place at the bottom of a shaft of the Bannister mine.
Oh, why all this sudden interest in number 3? Hasn't been worked in years. Oh, these timbers seem sound enough.
Company's expecting to open up here again. Oh, this defense effort and so on. The shoring does seem all right. Let's get along.
Right. This gives me the creeps. Hello. What's this? Shine the lamp over this way a moment, Marty.
There you are. Oh, what's this done here?
Looks like a paymaster's bag, don't it?
Let's have a look inside. Nothing in it but a few coppers.
I'm thinking we'd do best to report this to the front office. What with old King getting himself done in and all.
Yes, you would do best to report this to the front office, gentlemen. You had no business opening that bag in the first place. The front office will turn the bag over to the police. Inspector Hunt and Sergeant Lewis will take it from there.
Chances are it is King's bag. It won't be too difficult to get it identified.
It's a long way from Marcus to number 3 shaft at Bannister.
Yes, I was thinking exactly that. What train did Evans say he took back to Newcastle?
The 11:52.
Well, it's mathematics and conjecture now, Sergeant. Did Evans have time to get to that shaft and back to Morpeth before 11:52?
I have the timetable and a road map, sir. I'll figure it.
Good. Sergeant, how do you feel about the trial?
None too easy, sir. You, sir?
Well, frankly, I'd feel a lot better if we had the gun and could tie it to Evans. Too many loose ends in this one, Sergeant. Uncomfortable.
Joseph Evans was none too comfortable himself, nor was his defending counsel. They had the usual conferences in the lawyer's room of the prison where Evans was held, pending the trial.
All right, man. You've admitted you spoke with King on the station platform. What then?
Well, he went on about his business. Said something about the forward part of the train being closer to his exit gate at Olmouth. I went to the rear. For the same reason. The exit is at the rear at Stannington.
But you didn't get off at Stannington.
I told the police I missed the station. I was studying the racing form for the Grand National. I had a bet to make.
Did you?
I did. And I won.
Worse luck. Then that's how you paid your back rent.
Exactly. And not even a bookie stub to prove it.
Once gambling has paid off in reverse. You win and you're in trouble. Can you find your bookie?
No, he's disappeared. No trace.
It's flimsy. But it would clean up part of what the Crown will claim was the motive. Look here, can't you possibly remember anyone who was in your compartment with you?
I wish I could. I was in first. Sat at the window, facing forward. Lost myself in the paper. I noticed no one.
Too bad no one noticed you. You haven't even a description?
Nothing. Everyone was noticing me, not the other way round.
King must have ridden alone with his murderer. No one seems to know anything about him or his trip, except that he was killed between Newcastle and Almouth. You worked for a colliery too, didn't you?
That's right.
Then you knew that the wages are paid every second Friday.
Of course.
That's going to be hard to beat.
It's not good.
Your Mr. Campbell says he had no idea you were coming down.
I was. That's the truth.
You'd been there to see him before?
Several times.
Always on Fridays? If that was so, it'd help.
I would like to say that. I can't. Campbell wouldn't bear me out.
Oh, well. We'll keep at it. Looks like our only hope is someone who remembers seeing you in that last car. As I say, we'll keep at it.
It was a strange case. Everyone, prosecution as well as defense, seemed to be groping in the dark, making use of intangibles. People were observant, people were blind, people volunteered information, others stayed away, or didn't realize they were part of the evidence. The Crown built a fairly strong, circumstantial case.
I was present when identified. There is no question he was on that train that Friday morning.
He could have made it to the number 3 shaft, tossed the bag down and made the 11:52 at Macbeth. I tried it myself one morning. I managed it walking. The next day, I tried it from Stannington. It was impossible from there.
Yes, sir. They knew each other, Mr. King and Mr. Evans. They all went on dates together 3 or 4 times. I can't imagine them meeting and not riding together on the same train.
Certainly having money trouble. I'd had no rent from him for 3 months. And all at once, he paid his due and a month in advance. The Saturday after this here murder.
It added up. Evans was there. The timing seemed to fit the evidence. The 2 men were friendly. Evans had plenty of motive for a payroll robbery. He took the stand in his own defense.
Then the truth as you know it.
and remember you're under oath, Mr. Evans, is that you did not ride with the deceased, and you did not either rob or kill him.
That is the exact truth, sir.
Thank you. Your witness.
Mr. Evans, you stated under direct examination that you worked for Blue Colliery.
Yes, sir.
Then you know it is the custom to take the payroll monies from the business offices of the mines at Newcastle to the mines themselves?
Well, that has been the custom for many years. I did it myself for a time some years back. But I always drew the cash from the bank at Morpeth to avoid carrying the cash all that distance.
But it still was the custom in most cases to bring the money from Newcastle, and you knew about it.
It was not my custom.
You knew it was that of others?
Well, I never thought about it.
I submit, sir, that when you saw the leather bag the deceased was carrying, you realized its contents at once.
I never thought about that either. I had my mind on other things.
On your financial problem?
Among other things.
Which you hope to recoup by the Grand National Horse Race?
Well, one always hopes.
Isn't it possible your reason for going to see Mr. Campbell was to borrow money from him?
No.
What then? You must have had some good reason for this trip?
Well, it was in the line of business.
Will you state what line of business?
It was about some wages he was paying.
On that Friday?
I did not know if he paid on that Friday or the next one.
You were at the mine the week before?
I was.
Were the men paid that day?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Mr. Evans, are you familiar with firearms?
At one time I was a guard. I carried a revolver in those days.
Where is that revolver now?
I don't know.
Did you lose it? Or sell it? Or throw it away?
I gave it back to the company with my uniform when I became an inside worker.
Does the company own those firearms?
Yes.
Do you know where they're stored?
Yes, I do.
I ask you, Mr. Evans, did you take one of those revolvers with you on that Friday morning with intent to kill, use it against Mr. King, clean it and return it to its place before anyone noticed it was missing?
No, of course not. Why should I?
Can't you think of any good reason, Mr. Evans?
No, of course not.
I can think of several. Your financial problems, your intent to kill, even perhaps jealousy over Mr. King's attention to your mutual lady friend.
That is not so. There was nothing.
5 bullets were pumped into Mr. King's head. 1 would have been sufficient. This suggests the additional motive of revenge. Well, Mr. Evans?
I didn't kill him. I didn't. You can't make me say I did. I didn't do it. I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Joseph Evans was not a good witness under cross-examination. He admitted nothing. But the impression that he knew many things which were left unsaid was vivid even in the stenographic record of the trial. The jury retired after 3 days of listening to the evidence. 2.5 hours later, they returned. Joseph Evans rose in the prisoner's box and faced them. The clerk asked, had they reached a verdict?
We have.
What was their verdict?
Find the prisoner guilty.
No. I am innocent. I spoke the truth. I never touched him. I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Who spoke the truth? The foreman of the jury or Evans? The only witness could never speak. And that witness, the leather bag, can be found today, as I've told you, in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
As the inspector said at the beginning of his tale, this case should have been open and shut. It was not. Still, Evans was found guilty by 12 men in the jury box, and he paid for the murder of Warren King at 8 o'clock one morning in Newcastle prison. Despite the missing witnesses on both sides, the people who shared the compartment of that last car of the fatal train, the people Evans claimed could have cleared him, the people who may have seen him in the death compartment several cars forward, the people who might have placed him at the actual scene of the crime. And despite that missing silent witness, the death weapon itself. And now until we meet next time, in this same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.